Eagles. The former top 10 pick said, quote, "The day I retired, I knew it was a mistake," and added that he hasn't lost a step and is thankful for another opportunity. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Peterman.
Oh,
Peterman's back.
I'm back. He is.
Loves sitting in that chair right there.
So you were here this morning, Peter?
I was the morning show man today.
And now you're the afternoon show.
And now
man.
I'm afternoon man.
Nice.
Wow. Is Nick
All
having?
times of
Is
the
he
day.
doing a week or is he doing a day? Do we not know?
I think this is one of the days.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
think-
interesting because he told us he didn't want to take days off. He said no days off. I'm like Bill Belichick.
I think he was mandated to.
But remember, I thought he was going to do half days.
I don't know.
Remember,
He likes working.
Yeah, he likes working.
Likes working.
No, what it really, now that he's not here, we can talk about it. He doesn't want best ofs when he's not here. I don't think he liked having.
You think that's it?
I think he didn't like having best ofs when he was gone. So Peter,
Interesting.
put on your Lou Gehrig pants. It was Lou Gehrig Day yesterday.
Yeah.
And let's see what we can deliver.
All right.
That's my take on the situation.
Yeah, you could have just gone with the Wally Pip.
Yeah.
But instead,
Lou Gehrig Day.
Yeah.
It's something that's going to air the week of.
That's true. Nobody actually listened.
Right.
Yeah.
We put a hell of a lot more work into that week.
We do. We care about that a lot for nobody listening.
Exactly, because no one's listening or paying attention to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Except for, the random, bowl Nazis who are like, oh, this is the greatest thing in the world, these meaningless bowl games.
Are you talking about Jack Mitchell?
And don't you ever take away my right to watch them. Like
Jack
anyone's trying to take away your right to watch them.
Yeah.
What is this his crusade today?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Who, John?
Yes.
Oh.
The bold Nazis? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Who's doing that?
I don't know. John's brain is probably fried. He had to watch baseball every day all week.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, my brain is not fried.
Oh.
You don't pay attention. You don't see this?
No, I do. But
Yeah.
it's June right now.
No, I'm
confused. What is happening?
We were talking about.
I thought he was like you were mad at John.
No, I'm not mad at John.
No. We were talking about the week.
Yes.
That the best of crossovers airs,
Yeah.
and the only people watching
yeah.
anything that week are the people who are,
Oh yeah.
tilting at windmills, saying, "You're trying to take away my meaningless bowl game,
Now
and I won't let you."
I'm gonna find some Jack Mitchell tweets
Jack
because
Mitchell definitely cares.
he leans into it way too much.
I think more football is better.
Yeah.
Always give me
Can you
more.
name me something that Jack doesn't lean way too far into?
Great question.
He's a very passionate man. He's
Yeah.
a very passionate person.
He can get himself riled up over a cup of water.
Doesn't take much. He could.
Wow. Okay, so here we
just
go.
Put a cup of water in front of him and make him get angry.
No, all I did was search
Let's do
bowls. So if he says bowl, I don't have that, but I have bowls.
Mhm.
December 26, 2023. This tiny stadium playing Party in the USA at volume 27 out of 10 while a review is going on after an absolutely fight/rousing/ I don't know situation. If you don't think there are too few bowls, I can find you a new country to live in. So we're off to a great start.
Jeez.
The next day, look at these WV fans celebrating Mayo references all night. There were no fights in this one, but those are fun too. Football on when there isn't much of anything else to do. Long live college bowls. The next day after that,
Right.
another amazing bowl
so he
game.
just does this crusade once a year. Yeah.
In one of the best bowl seasons ever to destroy the haters with a Z, by the way. Bowls are getting better. Stock is way up on this concept. So weird.
Again,
Nobody cares.
again,
dude.
he's fighting for something that's not going to go away because ESPN owns all of these games and they want the program.
You said it. He's tilting at windmills.
Nobody
Yeah.
is saying anything about the Bulls.
Yeah. Yeah, he takes me saying I don't care to, oh, you want to cancel him? No, just not going to watch. Also, I love the idea of like there's nothing to do. Bro, there's like Netflix and HBO. Like there's so many things.
There's so many things.
There are many
do.
things.
So
you
many
could
things
binge.
he could do.
Yeah,
But
I'm
definitely.
not, like I don't ever watch the small bowl games.
No.
Never.
It's going to be weird when Nebraska makes a bowl this season. Watching a game that I don't care about, it will be odd for me because I've not done this in years. You know, like sitting down to watch the Beef O'Brady's Bowl.
Like,
I will do that.
No, like
because
I'll watch
of
it,
Nebraska.
and I'll care about it because it's a Nebraska
Yes,
game.
it'll just be odd for me though.
Yeah, it'll be very different. And
Mhm.
and frankly, I mean, on the crossover best of topic,
Yeah.
we might have to really consider that week what's going to happen. There might be a football game that week.
We talked about it.
Did we
last
do this?
week.
Mhm.
John and I did when schedule stuff was being announced, and we said,
We're still out.
"Oh yeah, come on."
Awesome.
Oh,
I mean, we're
If they make the playoff, I'll have a
well,
different.
yeah,
discussion.
that's different. But if you're not in the playoff, the bowls have never met less.
Yeah.
Now,
no,
for
yeah.
a program that, but we need the practices. I get it.
They
I
need
get it.
John. They need practice.
I get it.
If
I
they
get
make
it.
the playoff, everyone can do a StreamYard from their basement.
But the actual
that's
game
adequate.
itself,
for post game. That's it.
yeah.
Okay.
But the actual game itself is still rather meaningless.
While you guys were talking about whether or not we should be working, did you have a discussion about July 5th?
So it's funny. I had a meeting with our boss when I got here because he's back. Good to
Yes.
see Mark again.
Welcome back.
And
He's-
I was
he's
like-
awfully sunburned.
I was like, I know that there's something else that I'm wanting to talk to you about, and I couldn't remember what it was. And now I just
July
realized it's
5th.
July the 5th,
July 5th.
which we are not working on.
we are definitely not working on July 5th.
No,
We
it's
thought
a-
about making that crappy Boo Year Day.
Yeah, but that would require a little bit extra work because Nick doesn't know when we've said crappy boo year. I don't think he
hasn't made a note
marks
of it.
He doesn't mark it.
That's not on us. That's on Nick.
I
That's
can
on
tell
Nick.
you this much.
Yeah.
The crappy Boo Years have not happened
Uh-oh.
when
Don't
a
s-
sub producer has been.
Oh, nice.
Well, it's true.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I can't recall a single crappy boo year without
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah. Hard to argue. But you think about shows where no one's doing anything.
Uh-oh. Oh, he caught
I
it.
caught it.
He caught it.
The day after the 4th of July, when the 4th of July is a Thursday. I mean, what are we?
Oh, no, America is off.
It's yes.
Oh, yeah.
America
The
is
whole
off.
day.
Yeah.
No,
The
yeah.
whole day.
Everyone's done.
Everyone's out. It'd be like Thanksgiving.
It's
We'll call
it's a 4-day weekend.
We'll call it Black Friday in July. You know, how
Yeah.
they say Christmas in July. There used to
is
be
Black
a
Friday in
jingle
July.
that
It's
plays.
It's official.
Yeah.
It's official.
Black Friday in July.
It
Nice.
will be Black Friday.
Well,
in
this is
July.
like College World Series in December. My idea.
Oh, that's a yeah.
Remember that?
I remember that idea.
You guys both loved it.
You also had that idea where you were going to wish people holiday greetings while like it was snowing. And
I
you were gonna
have
say,
some in the hopper.
You did?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Oh, just don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Well,
We should mention just in case. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Well,
Christmas.
just in case this ends up being a best of crossover.
Oh, okay, perfect. Or this maybe will air on July the 5th. Did you enjoy the 4th of July yesterday? Cool.
I was in Kansas City over the weekend and I drove past all of the Missouri fireworks stands that are selling to Nebraskans.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are very excited
It
about
is that-
selling to Nebraska.
They are open all year round, right?
Yes.
I think so.
It's legal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like NIL. Now
And they're
it's
like,
legal.
come
Now
on
it's
in.
legal.
First stop in Missouri. I think the first three of them all say, First fireworks stand in Missouri. I'm not driving an hour and a half for fireworks. I'm not driving 10 seconds for fireworks, but I'm definitely not driving an hour and
Someone
a half.
could bring them to me right now, and I would say,
no, thank you.
I've done too
go
much
back home.
work.
Honestly, most of the stuff now you can get around here. I mean, what is it that you can get in Missouri
Great question.
that you can't get here?
Isn't it black cats?
You can get black cats everywhere.
Yeah.
I didn't think you can get them in Nebraska.
Oh, you can get black cats.
I mean, yeah, if you know a guy who knows a guy.
No, I've got black cats from a stand.
Yeah.
In Nebraska?
I think so.
I thought that those weren't. I thought those were banned here. Or what about M80s? Do people still do M80s?
That might be one.
Yeah.
Or like literal sticks of dynamite.
But you
They're
know
selling
what?
literal sticks of dynamite now.
Yeah.
TNT.
But I mean, that's pretty much it.
Bottle rockets. Dave
That's
says
what-
bottle
okay, that's what
bottle
I
rockets.
I
No,
couldn't
I
remember the
think-
name
I
of it.
think-
Bottle rockets.
Maybe it's like an off-brand.
No, I'll be honest with you. I don't go to fireworks stands.
Yeah, I don't
either.
think we sell those here.
Are you? And then everyone on the face of the planet must be going to Missouri.
They are. I think that those are freaks.
I don't know.
Star Wars Fiend says Connor won't drive 10 seconds for fireworks, but will drive 3 hours for lunch. Well, yeah, where'd you go?
I went. Well, I mean, I stayed for multiple days this
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
so it wasn't just lunch. This time.
Okay.
And I was with a group, so I went.
So
to
where'd
the
you
old
go?
tried and
Which
true
barbecue did you go to?
239.
Nice.
I went there again
I thought about you guys yesterday.
Wow, why wouldn't you try something different?
because I wanted to get somewhere where we could sit down and didn't have to wait in this giant line.
Oh,
And yeah, because we had like a group of 7.
makes sense.
So I went with the tried and true.
I thought about you guys yesterday because my wife and I, we had lunch with the Schaefers and it was a lovely time. And the place we were going to go to, we didn't realize was closed on Sundays. And so I called him because we got there first and I said, hey, it's closed. And first of all, he went on a hilarious rant about Sundays, the sports bar. It was very funny.
That happened to me last time I went to dinner with Schaefer.
Oh, interesting.
We went to a bar or we went to a restaurant.
Yeah.
And there was a sign on the door that said, we are closed today. It was like a Tuesday night. They were doing like a company event or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
And so that's amazing that the same thing just happened to you with Schaefer.
So then he recommended another place. And so we went to that other place. And you guys make fun of me for being excited for wings in September. But I had wings yesterday and I was like eating them thinking about you guys.
Yeah,
with
but
my one hand.
Yeah, but you didn't.
This
You
hand
didn't
clean.
plan that out.
I didn't. I know.
That was spontaneous.
It was a wild. Call me Connor Happer. It was wild.
Were you sweating profusely?
No, I got really excited when we changed locations. I was like, I'm getting wings, and I was very excited because I was going to get a burger.
Did you
I was
get
craving a burger.
What was that flavor that lady
No,
offered us that one
definitely
time?
normal buffalo sauce, charred.
I remember
as
thinking
always.
that sounds abhorrent.
That was hilarious. That was one of the funniest moments of my entire life. Happers asked the server, what would you recommend? And so the server says the wildest wing flavor there is. And he goes, I'll just get buffalo.
I felt bad.
You know what? That sounds horrible.
There's just no way I'm ordering that.
Do you remember what the flavor was?
It was I know the word bourbon was in it.
Yes, it was a bourbon
honey, maybe.
I think a bourbon honey barbecue.
No, but there was more. There was like 3 more words at least.
Gotta remember the name of the place that we went
maybe
to.
a jelly or something
It was
like
off
that.
of
There's
Maple, right?
Oscars has like a Thai chili bourbon. Was it something like that?
No, that actually doesn't sound. I would take
That
the
was
bourbon
good. I've
out.
had that. It's good.
I don't
Okay.
understand what the bourbon does in that situation.
I'm going to find this place on Google. I can't remember the name of it, so I will have to scroll through the Google. I know where it is, kind of where we went.
I could text you.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, because
I'll
I
have
want to
buffalo.
pull this place up and I want to figure out exactly what it was.
Oh, here we go. I just got a text from another person who was there that day.
Oh, perfect.
Remember our boss? Salted caramel bourbon or something.
Oh, gross.
It definitely was salted caramel.
Yeah, caramel. No.
Caramel?
I don't want caramel.
Boozy,
I mean,
boozy funnel cake wing.
the natural caramelization that happens when you grill something.
Yeah.
That's good. But
Yeah.
if you're actually doing
Caramel.
like the stuff that's in
It's
the
like a
Snickers
candy
bar.
wing.
No.
I don't want candy flavored
No,
wings.
it sounds horrible.
I want normal
And that's
flavored
what I
wings.
said very politely to the waitress. I said, no, thank you. I'll take medium.
Yeah. It was so funny.
Because usually, I mean, you really back yourself into a corner with that. You ask for a rec because that means you don't know what you're getting.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And the waitress is like, here's what I recommend. You almost have to get that.
So that's why when
there is kind of a pressure because then it feels like you're rejecting their opinion.
Yeah, that's why
like, you're an idiot.
Have bad takes.
I asked you for your opinion. You
Yeah,
gave
I
me
hate
your
your
opinion.
opinion.
Your opinion sucks.
Yeah, I usually when I'm trying to get a recommendation, I usually try to kind of pick a lane of like, hey, I'm thinking between this or this.
Good one.
Or if I go to a brewery out of town, I always ask like,
Brewery.
what's the beer that people
It's
really
sold
like
the
right
most.
now?
Yeah.
Or and then that kind of guides me. But I would never just do the blanket. What would you recommend of the whole menu?
I
You
did
should
back myself into a corner.
You should go do that at Cheesecake Factory because there's a billion items there. Anything here you like?
It's like they just.
Anything you recommend on page 6?
I was going to say they flipped to page 7 and they're like, I like this page.
I'll give you one item from each page of the menu.
There you go.
And
Yeah,
then
and
you
then
can pick.
And then
There you
can
go.
decide.
I'm sure they have a sampler platter there.
By the way, John writes, Black Cats are just normal firecrackers. You can definitely buy them in Nebraska.
Yeah.
See, I didn't think we allowed firecrackers in
Snakes,
Nebraska.
Sparklers.
Well, are you thinking like the old what we used to refer to as the inch and a halfers? The long firecrackers.
Is that the ones that weren't
so let's
allowed?
talk about the M80s.
Well, somebody said those are
the-
illegal everywhere.
Those are
apparently.
the so-called,
That's what Yippee
bad
says.
boy firecrackers, but those are awesome firecrackers.
Firecrackers. People don't call them firecrackers anymore.
They don't?
I don't know. I never
Well,
hear it. I always
I
hear
mean-
fireworks.
I feel like fireworks is the broad.
Fireworks is definitely different,
Firecrackers are the.
Well, but some people just use firecrackers as the broad term too.
Oh, interesting. Like Coke. And then it's like, what kind? And they're like,
bingo.
Mountain Dew. That's not a Coke. Interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Though anymore, I mean, you don't get a lot of. I mean, it used to be when you would get the firecrackers, the Black Cats.
Yeah.
And you'd unravel them and you do them one at a
One
time.
by one.
Mm-hmm. Now you just bomb
Nobody
the whole
does
thing
that
off.
anymore. Now it's like light the whole thing on fire.
I see
We did that. We
people-
bought a brick and we lit it on fire.
Yeah, you tie
those are
the
awesome.
brick to another brick.
To all the bricks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I had a
like
friend of
dumb.
mine get a wheel, which was about the size of a car tire. Serious.
And what happened? You just blew
And
them
then,
all up?
and then you unraveled it, and then you just kind of piled it up, and then just lit the end of it, and it was just like wah, 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 for about 45 seconds.
It doesn't even sound fun.
It actually was pretty cool. It actually was pretty cool.
Then you can't hear afterwards.
No. And then you've got to sweep up all the mess or just let the wind carry it into the neighbor's yard and then they get pissed.
Oh, parachutes in the trees. Well, that is a pastime.
Yeah.
That is a
Yeah,
pastime.
you wonder what it's like for the people who live in neighborhoods that are like right off of trails where there's just a ton of trees and just what happens with that area. Just like how much stuff is stuck in the trees.
Nonstop parachutes.
Yeah.
Man, you're getting me pre-triggered.
I know it's
Yeah.
a month away.
I mean, we still got to get to the College World Series. And
Bum,
then
bum,
right
bum,
after
bum.
that, it's like, oh, God, it's a mess up.
That's right. This
TV
is last
season.
week for John. This is John's last stand.
Bye, John.
Yep. Last stand. I was going to say today is the last normal Monday show we have, but then Nick's gone.
Wow. Tough look for
Do
Peter.
you spend?
Well, no, I'm, you know what I mean.
Do you spend the entire week just not talking at all?
Oh,
you
good
just
call.
sit there in silence on your computer.
Well,
looking
I
at
Do
mean,
you use
stats?
what
some
am I gonna-
throat coat?
What am I going to say? I'm just looking at a screen, just updating things and
No
doing
cheering for
things.
Cubs games though, John. You got to keep that voice
Oh,
nice
I've-
and
I've-
tight.
No talking to Wrigley.
There's nothing to talk about.
Wrigley
with the
does not
Cubs.
ever get down
No,
during
Wrigley
prep
has to
week.
be up the
The whole time.
No, I'm
It's
not.
like I
a
can't
mute.
say anything.
I'm not a mute.
I think you should be to protect your voice.
Not a bad idea. Let's see how long you can go without talking.
Then
next
maybe
week.
you wouldn't have to bring that hot pot.
Mm.
Oh, I'm still going to need the hot pot.
Oh, but
a
it's so
long
hot.
week.
It's so hot.
It's so hot.
Yeah, but
What about a cold pot?
That would make it worse.
Lukewarm pot. Yeah.
there's something soothing about the hot pot.
Do you cancel your interview next week with Jack Mitchell? You don't come on
I don't
our
think
show,
so.
but you go on Jack's show.
Hmm.
Unreal.
I'm taking vacation and I'm working during my vacation.
That is.
That's very stupid of me, but I have to.
Yeah. Yeah. I would never.
I have to.
Yeah.
It's a long week.
You guys yelled at me that one day for listening to you guys while I took a day off.
You're commenting on our YouTube page.
Well, you guys were trying to,
Oh,
make
that was
fun of me.
what did you say that day? You said something
Oh,
stupid.
Well, he made the stupid tweet about the only thing
Oh,
that
the
can beat a
hamburgers.
burger is the tomato, onion, and lettuce, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a really good take by me.
No,
I don't think so.
I mean,
And I didn't say the only thing that could be on a burger. I said that's a good burger. That's a perfect burger. We're trying to do too many things with burgers. these days.
Connor Happer, Dan Hoppin, hand slapping me.
Slap me.
Because that guy loves some of the weird stuff on his burgers.
I think I hand slap meme a lot with Dan Hoppins.
Do you?
Yes.
Give you guys a podcast.
Hand slap it all over.
It'd be like First Take, but for food.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
First Take, but
embrace debate.
Yeah.
It's about food.
Arguing about toppings on pizza.
Yeah.
That'd be fun to listen to.
Look at Evansville.
2 outs away. This is incredible.
They are counting them down.
Let's go Valley.
Yeah, welcome to the Mo Valley, East Carolina. At least we're going to get another. We are guaranteed 2 purple teams.
We are.
How about that?
Got Kansas State and
How about that?
Evansville or.
So Evansville
TCU.
are the winner of this game gets the winner of the North Carolina LSU thing, right?
Let me double check.
Because this is 16.
Oh, man, I bet.
No, they'd get one. They'd get one.
Tennessee.
They'd get Tennessee, yeah.
Tennessee.
Wow, you should see what Josh Hodson just wrote on our YouTube page. Wow. I'm
What
not
does
going
it
to
say?
read. I'm not going to read it. I will send it to you, but wow.
Is it offensive?
To one person it might be. Wow.
Where does that go? Where does that come from?
What he just said?
Yeah, why
I have to
did
tell
Connor
you.
say the word bang?
He uses a harsher word.
Oh. I can already tell what he
Where this is going now, Happer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you figured it out. Wow.
I like how he sent this into our group chat called Bump Set Spike.
No, that was me.
Oh,
I sent that into that one.
into Bump Set Spike.
That's what
Why do we
Schaefer
call this group chat
Schaefer
Bump Set
named.
Spike?
We have a group chat with Schaefer, and he named it Bump Set Spike for some reason.
We must have started off talking about volleyball.
It was
one
talking
day.
about volleyball.
Yeah.
So weird.
So the group chat is called Bump Set Spike. Whenever Josh and Schaefer text me,
Yeah.
but it's
Bump
intended
Set-
for both of us.
Bump Set Spike.
Bump Set Spike pops up, and I say, "What's going on?"
What the hell is happening?
Well, at least you know what it is.
That's true.
True.
Should we rename the group chat?
No. Keep
Poll
it.
question: should we rename the Josh Schaefer Happer group chat?
And if yes, what should
we
to?
name it to? That's a fun topic. That's a good July topic right there.
Really is.
Really
I mean, it's
good.
kind of it's like a taste of July today. It's feeling a little
Oh,
July.
it's very
today.
July.
Oh yeah, am I
today.
allowed to
It's
count
very-
down now?
No,
It's not May anymore.
no, you.
Let's go.
Listen, no, he violated his terms of
Folks,
his parole so many times.
It's
last
almost football season.
Wait.
No,
you
it's
count,
not.
You
Stop.
counted down in
Did
May.
no countdowns.
He did plenty of countdowns. In fact, he created a segment out of thin air. He said, "You're going to be really excited for this," and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be great." Josh is going to come up with this cool topic idea. Going to blow my mind. We're going to have a great conversation.
It was
Instead,
awesome.
it was, "We're gonna look back. It's been 174 days since college
Oh
football."
no, that doesn't, Josh. That is a violation. Of
That
your
is
team.
a
Violation.
major
Yeah.
violation.
Yeah.
We love looking back. We're Husker people. We love the past. I was just looking back to
In
remember
fact,
when Michigan
I
beat
count-
Washington.
I count 34 times last month that you violated.
I don't think you counted.
34.
I
That's
don't
a
think
big
you counted.
number.
More than
number.
one per
It's a
show.
huge
Wow.
number.
You might be throwing the book at me with
More than
34
one per show.
violations.
34.
Evansville is going to the Super Regionals.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at them purple
Oh.
aces.
Somebody just got a cleat to the side of the
I'm
head.
still waiting for
Ouch.
someone
Yeah, I
to
wonder
get
how many
badly hurt in one
People
of
in
these
those
dog
dog
piles.
just get cleated like right in the back.
I mean, we saw what happened.
They're
to
waving
poor
goodbye.
Ben Cotton.
Yeah. Ooh. That was less of a dog pile. I think that one was purposeful.
That
for
was
him.
almost 14 years ago.
They are
That's
really
incredible.
taunting the East Carolina fans. Wow. They're waving at them. They're waving.
Wave the wheat.
I wonder. I'll be honest with you. I didn't, in all of the squeeze play, I didn't see much of this series.
Oh, that guy is pissed.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's still mad.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And then this guy's just
Wow.
completely.
Oh, wow. That is going to be a meme.
This
Yeah.
guy's
Oh, yeah.
completely disassociated.
East Carolina is beside themselves right now. They are very angry and confused. That woman is
I
crying.
wonder if there must have been some heated
trash
exchanges.
talking?
Well, so you probably didn't see it yet. Evansville took the lead. They were down 5-3. They
I
took the
saw
lead
a
on a
home
3-run
run.
home run. So the guy, as the home run is landing, he turned to his own dugout and like fully stopped and did like an arms cross thing.
Oh.
And then they did the crotch bump when they got to home plate. They were just a little boisterous. They did, yeah. So
John, I'm going to get the screenshot of Mr. Cobra Man.
It's one of the best surrender Cobras.
Oh no, YouTube blacks it out now.
Yeah, YouTube does. You didn't know that? You can't take screenshots on YouTube
I haven't
TV.
had YouTube TV in a few years for screenshot purposes.
Oh,
I can't do it.
And of course we don't have a DVR on this one.
No.
Can't take a screen.
Very sad.
Well, I'm guessing that
somebody will do it.
Someone will
grab
do it because it is an epic
Yeah.
surrender Cobra.
That was awesome.
He was just staring directly at the camera. What
I don't
happened?
like that. I don't like how you can't take screenshots.
Me neither. You can't do it on
YouTube,
HBO.
on Netflix.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can't
yeah.
You
I
can't do it on
noticed that.
Netflix.
Yeah, there was one on HBO, and I figured out a workaround. It was during season 1 of Winning Time, and it was Jerry West. I think he was picked up in Boston, and he like flipped off the Boston like cab driver or something. And I wanted to do something with it.
I know you're not a fan of this, but you could take a picture from your camera.
Definitely don't like that. Yeah,
You're so
it looks bad, John. It looks like crap.
It doesn't look that bad.
You still have to get to the point. Like you still have to find it.
I just found it on
You
YouTube.
found it.
Yeah, I found it pretty fast. I don't like that,
Come on,
John. I think
just take a picture with your camera.
I think it looks bad.
Up.
You
It's already out there. Mark just tweeted it.
There it is.
Thank you.
It's out there.
What
Oh,
is that
that
guy
is-
looks like? He looks like Brooks Koepka. Kind of.
Oh,
yes,
interesting.
I was
That's a good comparison.
I was looking to trying to find a comparable, and that's a great comparable. It does. It looks like
He is
oh
so
my
confused.
god, that is a wow.
What happened? Good one. Thank you, Cessidus Barbecue.
And thank you to our boss Mark for finding it.
Yes,
What a guy.
he was just sitting there waiting for it to show up.
It does. It looks like someone told Brooks Koepka his girlfriend dumped him.
Sad.
And Brooks Koepka, for some reason, is sponsored by the ECU Pilots
He's
and
a bit
Adidas
confused.
and the NCAA.
Wow. Maybe we gotta. I can't wait till the press conference. I
I don't know what.
tune in.
Yeah, what the hell's
Was it
going
just
on?
the home run celebration that got them triggered?
I mean, they were definitely a little
He's been
boisterous.
stewing about that for when did that happen? Like an hour ago?
Yeah, it was like in the 6th. Yeah. But I mean, seriously though, for them to hang on for dear life that entire time. Oh, look, Jim Harbaugh's their coach.
Oh my gosh.
It's fat
Is there
Jim
a third
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh, bro?
It's amazing.
That's to say, somewhere out there, that Evansville parent who was mad at me that one year
Oh,
is getting their company, getting the last word in.
And they get the last word against John Bishop. Unfortunately,
remember when you said,
what did you say?
the announcer, or something. When I made fun of Evansville for badly chalking their lines. When they
Oh,
were,
yeah, you
when they
told
were
that story
trying
recently.
desperately not to resume the game.
That was a great story.
they're only 2 wins away from getting more John Bishop.
Wow.
So
That's right.
John Bishop.
Better get
Unfortunately-
ready, Evansville.
unfortunately, they'll have to beat Tennessee twice.
Mm.
I don't see it,
I don't either.
but you never know. Tennessee.
Especially after they creamed everyone in this
Cream?
Creamed everyone in this
Jeez,
dog
Heb,
fight.
you and I are barely working together during this year's College World Series.
We have a couple shows.
barely. We have Wednesday and then, if necessary, on Thursday. That's very sad.
That's 4 shows potentially.
Maybe. John, you think we'll get the if necessary games this year?
Oh, that is a
Do you
That
think
is a question,
the,
Josh.
what about the Friday make good games? What do we think's going to happen on the Friday?
I certainly hope.
we'll be making good.
You want that on the list?
Oh,
Sure, why not?
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
you don't seem very convicted.
Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, we're gonna get rain. We're gonna get rain delays this year.
Yes,
at the
but
CWS.
will we have to play on Friday, the day off, while you're supposed to be doing your fun interviews?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
All right. Asian Joe quote tweeting the Surrender Cobra. The face you make when you hear someone recommended sea salt caramel bourbon flavored wings.
It's absolutely
Well
true.
done, Joe. All right, the list. So John says we are what are we putting on the list? This
That
is the
we will
first
be
June
playing-
item.
We will be playing on the 2nd Friday of the College World
Yes.
Series.
Mm. We will be playing on the second Friday.
There will be games on, what is it, June 22nd? June 21st?
21st, I think.
Be the 21st.
June 21st.
There will be games.
Oh, interesting.
Or
The
the
calendar is a
Weekly
bit screwed up here on the sketch that we have. So it goes from Thursday, June 20th to Friday, June 22nd. So we'll need to get that cleaned up in the Excel spreadsheet.
Mark?
Yeah, he's listening right now. So he knows
Excel
about our whole July
maintenance.
5th situation. So that's good.
Mark, we're off that day.
There you go. Perfect.
We have delivered the message.
It's perfect.
It's out there.
Now they're showing Jack Caglione hitting 600
monster dongs.
Yeah.
Did they ever tell us what the distance was on that one? The one,
that
he hit yesterday?
119 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Good question, John.
That's all I ever heard was the exit velocity.
So we were driving when that happened. And Riss was like, oh my gosh, 119. And I said, what's like good? Because I don't know.
Yeah.
This is college baseball. And so she went and looked up the average the highest velocity. And that was like the highest velocity in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Because Ben was saying, like, I've never seen a home run hit that hard.
Giancarlo Stanton has hit a couple 119 this year. And that was the first time that's ever happened in the StatCast era.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was thinking earlier, if he would have launched that thing up there a little bit, like if he would have launched that at about 38 degrees instead of like 12, like it was, it probably goes 600 feet.
Yeah.
Wow.
It probably goes 600 feet.
I don't mean to step on odd news for tomorrow, but as we wind down, I just saw a headline from the Lincoln Journal-Star.
I saw Jack quoted it.
Oh, we've talked about this earlier. Yes.
Oh, you did?
It's not a crime. Are you talking about what happened at the funeral home?
Yes.
Oh. Yes.
Okay, you saw this and heard about this? Damn. Woman believed to be dead turns out to be alive?
No, so is she alive?
She's alive.
Like they actually
turns out to be alive. That's what the story
I saw that the
says.
report that was she was breathing.
Yeah.
Well,
does
that's
that mean
alive.
I don't know. She's not like awake, you know.
Wow, that's a take.
Comatose.
Is breathing mean you're alive? Says Connor Happer.
Yeah,
it's behind a paywall, so I'll see if I can figure out how to read this.
But like, so they were gonna decide whether they were gonna take the person who they previously thought was just a dead body back to the hospital,
which I believe they did.
And they have found since that she is actually living.
Well,
she is with us.
The story came out. The tweet is from 151. So this is an update.
This is an update.
This is a sense of crossover.
It says what?
What I said. Woman believed to be dead turns out to be alive.
Kind of clickbaity.
Yeah. The first response.
Kind of clickbaity.
Would you click on this link?
I definitely would.
The first response on Twitter was, "We stan our zombie queens in Lincoln."
I mean, if there ever was a place where the zombies actually will be a thing, it will be Crime Town.
Lincoln Stars guy's pissed. Get rid of your stupid paywall. It's ridiculous and appears way too often. Give us X number of articles per month for free.
Huh.
I'll meet this person in the middle ground. I wish I could buy this story for like $1. I'd read it for $1. It's a great story.
I'd pay
$1
one story?
I always hate like when I get a link to
idea.
like a small town paper. Like, no offense, whatever, Kearney Gazette. I'm not going to subscribe to your paper, but I'll read you for $1 if you have an interesting story behind your paywall.
Seems like a hassle to
It's
put all the
different
credit
than,
card in for $1.
Well,
yeah.
Can I do it with Venmo?
I don't think you could pay a newspaper for with Venmo.
I think you should be
Well,
able to.
see, because like the credit card fees, it would almost,
We'll make it 70 cents then.
Right. No. But what I'm saying is I think your idea about Venmo actually worked.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, John. Yeah.
It's not a terrible idea.
Thank you. I think that's a solid
yeah,
idea.
I would
like
probably
next
do it. It's
week
just a
when I'm
hassle.
spending all this time preparing, I
Oh,
might,
so
I might
many
bingo.
things
You're
I might
gonna
click over to the Evansville newspaper, of which I have no interest in
But
subscribing.
if you could read
to.
like 3 or 4 stories for a few bucks each, you probably do it, right? That'd
Yeah,
help out with your
small
prep.
town newspapers like that are like syndicated throughout various other
Yeah,
publications.
they're owned by monsters.
Correct.
Yeah.
Those
and
people.
so you can find somewhere where you can get a click through on.
Josh says, someone tell Connor about Apple Pay. Yeah, there is this whole like you can build it into your.
Hey, I know about Apple Pay. What do you guys think I am?
Interesting, but you're like, you have to put in your credit card information. It's just there.
Yeah.
It's on your phone. So it's actually pretty easy then.
Yeah.
I think we just figured it out.
Yeah, I'll do Apple Pay.
We solved America's problems.
I don't know how I got it, but somehow I ended up with like $20 of Apple Cash one day. How do you think I got that?
I don't know. Good question. That's fun. What are you going to buy?
A gift
I have
from Apple?
$19.22 of just free money.
What are you going to buy?
I don't know.
You should buy
I should buy a newspaper.
Chicken
You
wings.
should buy.
Newspaper subscription.
No, I think he has to. I guess, yeah, you could use that. Could you go to a restaurant and use your Apple Bucks?
Yeah.
Why would you be able to do that? That's not real currency. Isn't this just credits on the Apple website?
No.
to
This
buy
is real
stuff?
money.
Hell
This
yeah,
is, this is
Happer.
real money.
Yeah, go buy wings. Go buy those caramel wings, maybe.
This is like Venmo.
Because then you're not actually, I mean, it's your money, but you didn't know it was going to be there. So you can just throw it on the wings.
I must have deposited money in there to be able to pay for something else.
Probably. And then you forgot about it.
And
oh
now
yeah,
it
looks
has
like I have
bigger and
Apple
better
Paid
plans.
some things.
Aaron and Papillion.
Ravi gave me $30 once. Why did he do that?
Oh, Ravi, hey, I want $30.
I tried to use it I used it a couple times to get scooters. You know, when the scooters in the towns.
Cool.
What's wrong, Josh? You don't like scooters?
I love scooters.
You clearly don't love scooters.
They're a fine sponsor of us. I love them.
You don't have the same problem with them as you do with the one out of Seattle, do you?
No.
Scooters are a sponsor of us? Oh, not
Well, we
that
had the
scooters,
bowl
not
game.
Scooters Coffee, scooters, the scooters that you ride around in the city.
No, I don't care about those. No, I'm fine with those. Those
Josh
are
is
great.
definitely out on those.
I was like, what do you have against the scooter?
Old man right-wing Josh definitely out on sharing
No,
scooters.
no. I would never ride one, but more power to you if you want to.
You should get a diesel burner.
Some serious.
You would
scooter
never ride
confusion.
one of the scooters in the
I have no
cities?
real desire to. No.
Yeah, I have no desire to be riding a scooter on city streets.
I rode
Don't
one-
trust the streets.
Yeah, people
Don't
get
trust the
killed
scooter.
and stuff.
Yeah.
John, when we were in Denver for the basketball thing a couple years ago, I rode it from my little a friend's house that I was staying at all
Nice.
the way to Balls Arena. I had my little scooter, just put it there,
Let's go to
left
Balls.
it there, and then I walked out the door
Come
and I
pick up
scootered
my-
back later.
It was just
Wow.
there after the game.
It was a different scooter.
I was going to say,
probably.
no one touched it.
It probably cost me a grand total of like $4.
I do know multiple people that have fallen
Now that's
off of the scooter.
Yeah, see, that's scary.
Some nasty scrapes.
Yeah.
So do you have to like check all these boxes about liabilities
Background
and things?
check.
Yeah.
I think at first you have to sign some sort of waiver or something like that. But
Josh adds, Bishop not knowing how Apple Pay works is peak old. Dude is probably sitting on thousands of dollars and has no idea.
it wouldn't surprise me if John had a bunch of money.
I thought this was
That'd be
was
awesome.
like internal like Apple bucks.
Yeah.
Like I get Casey's points and stuff like that.
Nice.
That's
Love
what I
Casey's.
thought.
This is real life money, cold hard cash.
I like cash.
Yeah.
Like
So-
my gas
so-
app.
so
that
all
I
you
use.
Apple cultists just stand
here
down.
we go.
Just stand down.
Here we go.
Stand
And besides, I would not ever have Apple points because I have a superior phone.
Yeah.
Well, you're missing out. I got $19.22
Well,
burning
yeah,
a
yeah.
hole
I
in
have
my pocket.
$8.33 on my gas website thing.
Josh can get $8 off gas next time he goes.
No, I this is real money. I could send it to my bank. I did it last
What
time.
are you gonna do with $8?
What do you mean? What am I going to do with $8?
$8 seems worthless.
It'll add, but it.
Who wants
I-
$8?
I
It
wait.
does.
Last time
It
I
used to
waited,
be able to buy
I
you
know.
a good lunch. Now it's
after
like
I waited last
Apple
time
lunch.
until it was
Now it's a
20,
coffee.
and then I sent
Yeah.
myself $20. That's pretty cool.
It's gonna have to be at least 50. I want.
Oh, that's right. This is that promotion.
It's a great app.
This
that
is
we
a
think
pyramid scheme.
It's
Not a
going to the
pyramid scheme.
Saudis.
No, it's not going to Saudis. This is not live. This is not live gas.
It could
It
be.
kind of sounds like it.
Yeah.
Hey, I like money. I like free money.
$8.
Well, yeah.
though.
So do the people who sell out to the Saudis. They love it too.
They do love free money.
Who cares about $8?
Josh, WWE Live Golf. Big shaking.
Connor
hands.
Happer Show poll question just went up. Is $8 worthless? Or $8 the new penny for Happer?
I think
if
so.
you saw $8 on the ground, you'd be like,
If
worthless.
you gave me $8, I'd be like, "What is this gonna do? Just keep it." Who cares?
What if 100 people gave you $8?
Like if I
though?
went,
It's $800.
If me and a friend went to lunch and his lunch costs $8,
Yeah.
I would not tell him to pay me the $8. I would just pay for his lunch.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna go have lunch with Happer a lot
You
now
should.
moving forward.
Yeah, I'd
I'm
be
gonna
happy
find
to.
everyone in town send me the best $8 lunches, and I'm gonna meet up with
Well,
Happer.
we're pretty much talking Taco Bell.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here
Like
comes
one taco.
Here comes Nick. I'm sure.
Even $8 at McDonald's these days gets you
Can't
not
do
much.
nothing with $8.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
like a Happy Meal.
YouTube user says, "Happy New Year. We had Lincoln Zombies kind of clickbaity and confirming you're off on Friday, July the 5th.
I mean, we kind of got there. I
Happy
think.
New Year!
Why not?
Peter, incredible work as always.
Yeah.
Great job, Peter.
Let's go.
You did it. Our sub producers are now 6 for their last 6.
Wow, this is
They
an
are-
insane
They
string.
are the
Batting
Gabe
1.00000.
Swanson of backup producers right now.
Nice.
That's what they are.
Wow.
Starting to sense a trend.
Woohoo! All right, the Grum will begin in moments on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
This is something that I've been very cognizant of living in Omaha, because I think Nebraska athletics, whether it be trying to gain new ticket holders, new donors, new interest, yes, winning matters, is they need to be better in this town, like more visible.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly to mostly cloudy skies for your Monday, warm and muggy today with a high of 87, feeling closer to 90 degrees though with the heat index this afternoon. Southerly winds up to 10 miles an hour, becoming mostly cloudy tonight but staying warm with a low of 66. Mostly cloudy skies for much of the day Tuesday, breezy with a 70% chance of spotty to scattered storms, a few of which could be strong, a high of 84. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the NBA Finals are upon us, but it's not too late for you to get in on the action with, of course, the FanDuel Sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. So take a look at a player prop you might like. Maybe Luka Doncic over points. Maybe Jason Tatum under points. Who knows? Whichever way you'd like to play it. A $5 bet that wins gets you $150 in bonus bets. And that's $150 you can use on anything you like across the board. So now's the time for action on the FanDuel Sportsbook. There's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Head to FanDuel.com/Happer and get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real-money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
I'm Dave Osted. And I'm Ryan Osted. I think my first memory of golf is playing with my dad at a par 3 course. It was an absolute blast, and he always would have an ice cream hole. So if I got an 8 or less, we'd be going for ice cream. My first memory of golf really focused on driving the golf cart, being able to drive that cart. You were a crazy driver. I was a crazy driver, but it was what I look forward to. And what's really funny now, when I take my kids out play golf, that is the one thing, along with the snack bar, that they are most excited about. Focus on the good stuff.
Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 76, visit staples.com/print for details.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
All the local college sports are done, folks.
Oh, man, that means football season is next.
No.
Let's go.
No.
Oh.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Just imagine, we could have been delivering our exclusive Husker scoring updates right now if things had gone a little differently yesterday.
But we're not.
Instead, we're watching Florida play Oklahoma State. I would have given Florida, or Nebraska for that matter, zero chance of winning last night over Oklahoma State.
I was shocked.
Yeah,
I didn't think they'd have enough pitchers left.
I didn't either, but
wow, looks like we all agreed.
They did.
Yeah, and here they are. They're playing.
And now Oklahoma State's kind of in one of those spots. I mean, this could be the third straight year that they host a regional and don't get out of said regional.
Not great, John.
No.
Not great. You would
No.
not want to be in Oklahoma State. Is there something in the water with Cowboys and failing in the postseason? Some are asking.
Some might be asking.
Some are asking. Not some are asking. Some are asking. Mhm.
No,
Some are, not
some
summer.
are asking.
It is summer, though, and the College
it
World
does
Series.
feel like it,
Yo,
man.
it's
It is
sticky.
Really sticky. Are we
Yeah.
supposed to get more weather later today? I think so, aren't we?
Is it overnight?
I thought it was supposed to be this afternoon.
Oh, I hope not. Right now,
it's got
says
that. It's got that moist
Yeah.
feeling in the air that just screams. We're going to get some thunderstorms.
it looks like tomorrow for sure. Tonight, 15% chance.
Yeah,
So,
tonight minimal.
yeah, but tomorrow, John, when we're finishing up the Grum, it looks like it'll be thunderstorms.
Oh,
lightning and the thunder.
That's super.
Yeah,
That's
not great.
just great.
That's prime walking time. I gotta walk banks. Don't like that.
No one ever wants to cooperate. It seems like
No, definitely
no one
not.
ever wants to cooperate.
Looks like
there was
deciding to mow on Tuesday this week is not going to be
Uh-oh,
good for me.
Peter.
Yeah, I might do it tonight.
Get bad gas mow time.
I might
Might
do
have to
that
call an
tonight.
audible.
Time for the Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Yes, sadly, Nebraska was gator bait last night or yesterday.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
I mean, the game went into the lightning delay, and then I went off to do other things. And by the time I got back to it, it was already 17-6 or whatever it got at its highest point for Florida. Because it was like lightning delay. Oh, well, this means we could be waiting forever.
Yeah.
All we have to do is, someone could, plug in something. Lightning detected.
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't miss much.
No, you missed some home runs and then some other runs and some more bad plays in the field.
We have our own squeeze play going on today.
Is squeeze play done?
Well, I mean, they're still on with it, but there's only 2 games going on.
So it'd be
right
stupid to have it on right now.
Right. Well, we've got both games on. We got a game over here and a game over there. Heck, we even got a Women's College World Series game over there on the other TV that we fixed the other day.
That's nice. Go us.
Jack Mitchell's coming up. He's waiting in the green room. Don't cry that it ended. Smile because it ended.
Because it's almost football season now. That's why you can
not
smile.
Almost football season.
It
is June 3rd.
He can start looking ahead.
We're still 3 months away.
John, think about it. It was March 3rd, like 5 seconds ago. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago.
You
and
are
now
a
it's June.
monster. You're an evil, disgusting monster.
Disgusting. I took a shower today.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be here.
Hell yeah.
I'm just going to skip over.
Wow, interesting. Oh, no, again, you put the Grum down together. I didn't put the Grum down together, so I'll read the 5th point.
Well, I don't want to encourage
CFB power ranking galore. There are a lot of power rankings right now.
Yeah,
and Nebraska's showing up every now and
Seems
then.
like every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got a power ranking.
Tom Chattel?
No, Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Oh.
Tom Chattel.
Dick
Smith and
oh wait, no.
Harry
Frank
Whiteout.
DeFord. I was going to say Dick DeFord.
Dick DeFord.
But that's Frank.
That's a cool name.
Imagine if his
His name
parents
was
had named him Dick.
Dick.
Dick DeFord.
Richard-
Dick DeFord.
Richard DeFord. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good.
Dick DeFord.
Dick DeFord. And then Harry? Any Harry sports writers?
Harry? Harry something or other.
Mm.
We got hockey breaking out in the WNBA, and it's got all the takes.
Dude, there are so many takes right now.
It got real testy on first take today.
Oh, I bet it did.
Yeah.
I mean, when doesn't it, honestly?
Good point, though, Peter. Good point.
Or maybe instead of hockey, it was Tommy Pham and William Contreras. They got into it over the weekend. But strangely, it was the White Sox announcer who was the most aggressive
Dude,
about it.
that guy was, he was having. Every time I hear him, I'll be honest, John, I kind of like him less. We've heard him a lot lately. There was the time where he was like, come on.
Yeah.
I feel like that has emboldened this man.
Oh, yeah.
Because every time now I see him, I was watching SportsCenter last night after Sunday Night Baseball. You didn't think I'd ever say that, did you? And he was very fired up about this situation.
We have the longest distance Stanley Cup final in history.
Oh, I thought you were going to say long distance running. I got really excited.
No. We're talking about an actual sport that people like to watch.
Oh,
It's
running?
exciting.
Running?
Yeah. It is the longest distance between 2 Stanley Cup cities, Edmonton to Miami.
We looked this up recently,
We did.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say, we took some time and we were like, I wonder what that flight path would be. And the answer was long.
This morning, we found the halfway point
What is
between the two. It's Indianola, Iowa.
Wow, look at that. Midwest.
So not too far from here.
Stop by and fill up the gas tank.
Well, I'm sure that Edmonton, when they fly down to Miami, will stop at the Indianola airport.
Definitely will.
Get fuel.
God, that's a long flight.
And because it is the end of the college sports year officially now for all in this neck of the woods.
Sure.
We'll give you our sports year grades.
I took a lot of time trying to figure out what to do here. And I'll be honest, I feel like you could talk me into being a harsher or an easier grader just because I thought about it a lot and I was just like, man, I don't know exactly what some of these things.
There's some different
how expectations work in this stuff. You know? I think that plays
I think
a
you
part
do have to look at the expectations.
100%. 100%.
I think you also have to look at, the performance of your highest profile sports.
Mm-hmm.
Because as we know, the rising tide lifts all ships.
Bingo.
Type deal.
Bingo.
That'll be coming up a little bit later on. 402-951-1620 if you want to get in touch with us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house. The Equitable Bank inbox is John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally.
Oh, yeah.
And answer the phone on the first ring. And the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
So many ways to contact us, John. So many ways.
Almost too many ways.
Dan says, I want $8. This is in the text machine. Here's my PayPal. And he has given us his PayPal. There you go. Brett in Minnesota says, I text buddies Apple Cash back and forth all the time for beer, golf, and maybe friendly wagers. I usually do that stuff on Venmo. It's like, hey, I owe you a few bucks. Here's some Venmo cash. Yeah.
Our version of squeeze play, which we like to call balk.
Yeah.
It's now 8-6 Beavers over the Eaters.
Yep.
I believe they're in the 6th inning. If the Beavers win, the Beavers advance. If the Eaters win, then the Beavers and the Eaters will play again tonight.
Wow, can you imagine if the Eaters eat the Beavers?
Mm.
Wow.
It would be an upset because
yeah.
the Beavers are hosting the Eaters.
Yes, they are. As they usually do.
As they usually do.
That's usually how that goes.
And Florida and Oklahoma State are scoreless in the 3rd. And surprisingly not wet or lightning free for the moment. Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Real quick before we talk to Jack, Keena says on YouTube, for a second there, I thought you were going to discuss women's hockey, which just had its first PWHL championship last week, but alas. I believe Minnesota won that.
What is that? What is the
It's the Women's Hockey Professional League.
I didn't know there was such a thing.
Well, there you go. We'll have to talk about it next year.
Is there a notable rookie who's getting hazed in that sport too?
Great question. Something we could look into during the break, I think.
Yeah.
They're getting checked into the glass all the time.
Where are the what was it called?
PWHL.
Where are the PWHL teams located? This is honestly the first I've ever heard of.
Looks like we have 6 total teams: Toronto, Montreal, Boston, Minnesota, Ottawa, and New York. So half Canadian, half American.
Well, already they're smarter than the men's game because they're playing in cold weather climates. They're not trying to expand to places where, they can't relate to hockey because it's 95 degrees all year round.
You mean like Florida?
Like Florida, Dallas, Houston. Well, they don't have NHL in Houston.
Not anymore. Or yet.
All right. Coming. Oh, good Lord. He's wearing his stupid uniform.
What? I can't wait to talk to him.
Jack Mitchell's coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. My Rockies play the Cincinnati Reds tonight. And a weird stat about the Rockies is they're really good against good teams and they're really bad against bad teams. The Reds are below 500, which means if I were you, maybe I'd fade the Rockies. You can do that with the Circa Sports Iowa app. They have tight money line splits, which means that compared to the other guys, you're going to get a better line. That's just, they have groups of people who are dedicated to finding the best possible line for you for these games. They also don't keep as much money on the large market bets, and they don't punish you for constant winning. Again, like the other guys like to do. They want you to win. Speaking of which, they also have a couple of contests happening right now in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. It's a chance with $16 million in guaranteed prizes. Circasports.com for all the details with that. So what are you waiting for? Download Circa Sports Iowa today. Try it anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Baseball fans, it's time to hit a home run with Tickets for Less.
this year at the College Baseball Championship at Charles Schwab Field. Experience every thrilling moment without the extra fees. Tickets for Less offers transparent, upfront pricing on all tickets, plus score an exclusive discount when you use my promo code THEZONE at checkout on your next order at ticketsforless.com. But wait, there's more. Tickets for Less also buys tickets. Have extras? Can attend? Turn them into cash by calling Tickets for Less at 402-398-1999. Don't wait. Secure your seats now for the ultimate baseball showdown at ticketsforless.com.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
If there's one thing that you can count on every spring, it's that we're going to have to deal with some hail. J-Tech Construction is the company to call to make it right again. J-Tech Construction specializes in siding, roofing, windows, and gutters, even solar. They're trained for insurance claims assistance, and they can help with your insurance company. Turn to the team the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Use your favorite search engine to find J-Tech Construction online and schedule a free estimate today.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Post is roasting every morning.
Post Coffee Services stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call us today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Post Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
For the second year, the Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion has roared into our state, and the excitement is throttling up. Until June 24th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play and Double Play. Enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 Nebraska winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship weekend, plus a shot at $1 million. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats.
And there he is, the manager of the Loser McLosingtons.
Wow.
Well, isn't it true you've got like 8 players who have opted out? Like, basically, you're down to like you and like 3 other people for tonight's game.
We have an injury. We have one person on vacation. We have one person who has to work.
We
have one person who lives in this house who took a kind of a job that he has to go to. So
took a job.
Yes, he's an assistant baseball coach now for a high school in the area. So
good.
He's an assistant coach,
teaching the people what not to do after learning it from the Jack Mitchell All-Star.
No, it's just, I mean, it's normal everyday stuff. This isn't. I mean, I just want to. I know there's always it looks like people are leaving your team. I just want to clarify. This is normal day-to-day absences. It's like any workplace in America. You know. They're just,
I look every day for the Cubs report on Bellinger has decided not to play today because he took a job as a newspaper carrier.
Right. I mean, yeah, that kind of stuff. It can happen.
Yeah,
very much. So no, we're fine. It does mean I have to be in the lineup. I was in the lineup.
Oh God.
I was in the lineup one other time this year, went 0 for 2. Did hit hard ground balls both times, but for a variety of reasons, running to first is not a great situation for me. So we're gonna work on getting the ball in the air tonight. I also have to play the field tonight because I had to debate what the best position for me to be was, and I elected first base. So what do you guys think about that? First base?
What about catcher?
I know, but I don't want to have my knees bent and back up, and that's a knee thing. So
why don't you go back to being pitcher? Go back to being pitcher.
I could do that, but I'm afraid I'll suck and I'll walk a bunch of players in, and we got somebody else who can do that.
Well, I mean, that would make you the all-time ERA leader in mid.
That's true. I also don't want my ERA to get screwed up for the rest of my. You look at the back of someone's baseball card, and
it's totally ruined.
It's like a 6-year break, and like what that guy came back for what? He's like the Bill Walton, RIP. He tried to come back in like 1991. Did you know that? I had no idea. He tried to come back in the 90s.
I think
90 or 91. Like, I don't want to be that guy.
Jack, did you consider at all asking our producer, who is not here today, but he is really wanting to be on this team to the point where he bought a jersey.
He did
and I appreciate that, but I've told many of people. I mean, I've got bros in my mentions every week who are telling, well, if you need a ringer, I'd be glad to play. I can get some out. I could really make a difference on your team. I've got that being offered constantly to me, and I've said the same thing to everyone. My team is my team. I am not making any. We have enough to play the game. We have every game. We will this time. I am not changing the roster. The roster for this season is set, and it will not be added, nor will there be any subtractions from it. So maybe I've told Nick if we are having a fall team, he is welcome to be a part of it. And I would welcome Nick. I know he's not there today, but he is a spot on my fall team if he wants it.
Couple responses. Josh writes in, Josh, Jack. He says, JME roster treating the rest of the season like a low-tier, meaningless bowl game. And Brandon writes, good to know
not
Jack.
Opt-outs. These are
And now Brandon says, good to know Jack doesn't want to get on his knees. Nobody should want to do that for this team.
That's true. That's true.
These are not opt-outs. These are
interesting.
It's not to save yourself for something better down the road or say this is meaningless. It's just these people have lives, right? This can't take over. It can take over some of their lives, but you can't cancel your family vacation. For JMSE, you can't. You can't lose your job, right? That kind of thing. Like you can't play on an injured foot, which one of our players have. It's complicating your health for the rest of your life. So there are limits to what I ask my players to do for this team.
Well, I know you'll appreciate this because, in the wake of the loss yesterday and the end of Nebraska baseball season, we like to, look back and basically make fun of the things that annoyed us.
Sure.
Over the weekend. You'll be happy to know, Jack, that we just had the third episode of a questionable, was it or was it not a home run?
Oh my gosh.
At Oklahoma State. Caglione hit one virtually off the top of the wall that they had to review. Keep in mind that Oklahoma State had 2 home runs given to them when it looked like the fan was reaching over the wall. None of these happened against Nebraska that I recall. But, that's the first thing you do. If you're going to have seats up against the wall, you've got to have some kind of a protection, like either a buffer zone like they have at the Chuck, or a basket like they have at Wrigley Field, so that the fans can't interfere. Yet they build a $60 million ballpark and they didn't think, oh, gee, maybe our fans might reach over and interfere and might cause a problem.
Yeah, Wrigley's been great from keeping fans from interfering.
Wow. Thoughts?
I mean, it was in the.
Maybe they should have put a net there too, John. You think?
Well, actually, if it had been today, there might have been a net there because they have the protective netting.
That's actually a great point. How far does the net go at Wrigley?
I don't know if it goes that far.
Oh, man. If we had cared about safety of fans in 2003, might have broke the curse earlier. Might have happened.
Well, the ball actually would have been
bounced off of the net.
There would have been no way that Moises Alou could have reached into the stands.
I don't know. Moises was good. He had
With
like a
his-
Spider-Man type situation for Moises.
Pieces.
Moises.
Mm.
Moises.
Jack, what was the groin kick level for the Husker Pellets yesterday?
I don't know. Yeah, it was
Groin little tap.
I knew it was worse. For some reason, it was worse Friday. It was worse Friday for me than
interesting
than it was on Sunday. But it was there. Like it was there. I learned something this weekend, guys, because this was really my first venture back into. I'm not a baseball fan for Nebraska like I am a basketball and football fan for Nebraska, in that I'm not dialed into every single regular season game, right? But once they make the postseason, especially the NCAA tournament, I get to that point. So my level of intensity increases. So I was for the first time I was at like a baseball or basketball, or excuse me, a football or basketball like intensity for that game on Friday. And I was mad, I was angry, I was sad, and I'm like, what are we doing? The last 2 months, the last 6 weeks without any pain has been great. And then we've got this one little, groin kick weekend, and then I'm going to get back to the rest of the summer. And guys, I'm starting to think I can't do the fall with the groin kicks.
Wow.
I can't do the fall with the groin kicks this year.
Does this mean you're not watching the football
I
season?
don't know. I don't know. That is the state of my. On Friday, if you would ask me after that game was over, I would have just said, you know what? I'm done for a while. I am done for a few years. I just need to have a break from the pain of sports, because it's the only thing I get from the sports that I really care about. And so I just, if Deion Sanders walks out of there, I mean, I'm telling you right now.
Oh boy.
If Deion Sanders walks out of there in Memorial Stadium with a win in front of the country, I can't tell you how badly I am just going to need to have some time to recover emotionally.
And by that point, you'll only have a week to recover. It's not like right now where you have months. You've months.
I didn't handle it well. I didn't handle Friday well. I surprised myself with how poorly I handled Friday.
Wow.
And Sunday. I know I didn't think it would be that high of a level of intensity for me, but after it was over, I was like, I'm in pain again. I'm tired of pain. I'm punch drunk. And I'm rethinking my life in some ways. I'm going to take this summer and just not feel sports pain.
No more sports pain.
So you're out on the Royals.
Yeah, what
now.
about the Royals?
Yeah, I know that complicates it.
Struggling right now, but
that complicates it a little bit, because had it been any other year for the last almost decade, I would have disconnected from them too by now.
Riley says Jack is the ultimate sports masochist.
I'm trying not to be, Riley. I mean, I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to, rid the things in my life, rid the bad things in my life.
It's a level of expectation, right? I mean, now, of course, you just mentioned the Colorado game specifically, which goes back to the conversation we had several weeks ago about the importance of this game. And, I'm trying to keep people from jumping off the ledge if Nebraska were to lose that game, saying all is not lost. I think this program's a little more mentally sound that it can overcome a disappointment in week 2.
Don't put me in with them. I'm not mentally sound.
Well, you're one of the people I'm having to work with. I'm I'm the
How's that
counselor.
going so far?
Obviously not well. I've got a patient who's already ready to disconnect from all of it.
It was I know it was like one of those things, like you get asked to do a job or you decide, Josh, you enjoy running, but I remember like one of the times I ran in a half marathon and I was finishing it up and I was saying to myself in my head, I am never doing this again. Like, it seems like a good idea before you do it, but then when you're actually doing it, you're like, why did I put myself through this again? And that's where I was during those baseball games. I was like, why? Well, I was excited about this day, and it felt like it always does.
I've definitely had that feeling. I had that during the Cowboys playoff game in January, but I'm surprised that you had that. Like, no offense to the hardcore baseball fans, but like for this team, you had those emotions. Like this group of all the groups,
well, couldn't you say the same thing about the Cowboys?
They were the 2 seed, But like, no,
so was Nebraska. They were the 2 seed.
I guess
in Stillwater.
Yeah, I guess. I can't imagine feeling that way about them.
I don't know. I would really like to see them. Some of the most fun times with this program, obviously, were when they were getting deeper in the NCAA tournament, and I'd really like to see that. I think it would be very fun, But so whatever. I know I was surprised too, Josh. I'm going to be honest. Like I agree with you. I guess I was surprised that I reacted the way that I did.
Jerry says, I cheer for the Browns. I'm on the same wavelength as Jack. That's a great franchise to say, why do I do this to myself?
And listen, I mean, I'm under no illusion. You're going to have me on, let's say 2 months from today. And I am going to be foaming at the mouth for football season.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to predict like a 9-3 season, or something like that.
Yeah, but this time you might not be that far off.
It's not a bit this time.
Right.
Famously, it was a bit.
I get I wish I could communicate to my current self or to my future self, like, hey, just mitigate how much you're investing emotionally in this whole thing, because it's going to be, but as it gets closer and closer to it, I forget about the pain. I forget about the potential risk of investing emotionally. And I only think of the reward. I think of being in the black, not being in the red emotionally. And, and then again, put it on the calendar. 2 months from right now, whatever it is, the first Monday of August that I'm on with you guys, I'm going to be a completely different person. And there's nothing you can do to change it. And you can even mention it to me then. And I'll say, I don't care. I was an idiot then, right? I was that Jack is not the real Jack. Like right now, I'm telling you, this is the real Jack. But when that Jack tells you that I'm the fake Jack, keep in mind that that's the fake Jack. I'm the real Jack.
We need to record that and have it ready for him to go if Nebraska loses to Colorado, so we can play that back.
That guy will tell you you're wrong. That guy will tell you it's a different dude.
Pedro texts in, hi, guys, and then he adds, no, Jack has to be a fan of something so I can feel better about my life.
Thanks.
Don't worry.
You are the barometer, Jack.
Admitted that
I already admitted this is a temporary season of life.
Just like with you and the Cowboys.
I'm
not on this team. I hate this team. I'm never going to do it.
Pedro doesn't have to worry about, not being confident about his own life, because I'll be there to help him with that. I'm sure.
Folks, if there was a time to dunk on Jack, now would be the time, because he'd be like, yep, you're right. I'm an idiot. But in 2 months, forget it. He'll come back at you with the, heat of 1,000 suns.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
Look
not
at me.
let go.
Look at this beat down person. I'm not even arguing on Twitter. I mean, man, in the middle of, we're going to get this. It's just the change in seasons, the emotional leverage of the different seasons is really hard for me to navigate, because we pretty much go, for me, like September to March straight, right? September to March straight. and then I basically take April through August off, with that one little blip that we had this year.
It is nice to unplug from your, having to feel those emotions. It's not healthy to have to get up like that over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Right.
It's very you've already checked out on the Cubs. Like you'll be great this
terrible.
summer.
I mean,
yeah, it's going to be a great summer for John.
Just terrible.
Yeah, I got 3
Recharge
months.
batteries.
3 months of no sports emotional pain. It's gonna be great. It'll be nice.
What if Bobby Witt did something really bad to his knee though? That would be sports pain, right?
Oh, geez. Yeah,
No, I'm saying he said he's off.
Wow, that's true.
Yeah, I'm not rooting for that for the record. That would make my home life sad
Bobby
too.
Witt just wandered
in a weird way,
wandered out in the middle of Interstate 70 and got plowed into it by a Kenworth.
That'd be a bummer.
I know I whine when my teams aren't doing well, but in some ways, the Royals being good this year is making me lose my summer off. It's like I've got summer school this year.
Wow. So Jack wishes the Royals were bad so then he could take the summer off from fandom.
Right. It's like I'm a teacher and I have to teach summer school now, right? I expect the summer off, but now I've got some hours that I'm putting in there as well. And
Don't forget the Olympics, Jack. You got rooting for America this
I don't
August.
think I'll get too sad about the Olympics. Also, I'm kind of
there you go. That's better. Much better.
And sorry, I don't know if this is inappropriate to say. If I can say this, I'm kind of Team Japan this year a little bit.
Jack.
What?
Jack.
Casey.
Oh, good
Japan!
Lord.
Yes.
Oh, wait, is he on their team?
Yeah, I thought you knew why I said.
I was talking about the other Olympic stuff. Yeah, I didn't know what he was.
Olympic stuff.
Defense.
I was talking about track and field, Jack, like the marathon. That type.
I can be Team Japan there too.
Swimming.
Sure.
Yeah, is Katie Ledecky still swimming?
Sure.
I love the Olympics because it's like that person still does that thing. Cool. I'm looking forward to.
Is Mark Spitz still around?
No, Mark Spitz. Didn't he die?
Well, apparently in Lincoln, they're bringing the dead back to life.
That's true.
If Mark Spitz is dead, he might want to go to Lincoln.
Jack, you want to guess alive or dead?
What did you say on Mark Spitz?
Mark Spitz, alive or dead?
I'll say alive.
John?
I think he's still alive.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
Born in 1950.
USA.
Happy birthday.
If Mark Spitz is competing this year
You'll
in the
watch?
Olympics, I will watch.
Yeah.
If he's not, then I'm out. So was it a good time then with you being in this emotional state that is one of the 7 people who used to subscribe to BTN Plus? What did you think of the decision to cancel the school-only subscription? Did you see this? Did you hear about it?
I did see this because I thought of Jack Mitchell. That was the first thing.
I don't know why everyone thinks I'd be triggered about this.
Well, didn't you weren't you one of the 7 subscribers?
Apparently, he subscribes to the one that has the whole league, right? Jack, you pay the extra.
What sicko is that?
Yeah, it's like not that much more.
I don't know which one I have. I don't. Whatever. I'm on. I make radio money. I don't care if I'm paying $12.99 or $9.99. It's all the same to me.
I thought it was like 20. Isn't it like $25 or something?
It's wild.
Isn't it?
It's wild? A lot of money.
Listen, it's not Flow Sports. This isn't the Big East here. Jeez.
Yeah, but at least with Flow Sports, you get a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, including me.
They got a lot of stuff on.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Big Ten, all you get is crappy Big Ten stuff with crappy Big Ten student announcers.
Whoa, we were students at one time.
When we were crappy.
That's true.
Now we're not.
Bingo.
I had just canceled my subscription for my summer off a day or two before that, actually, because I accidentally got billed for this last month because I didn't do it soon enough. So.
Wait, they still have it in the summer?
Well, you can. They don't not take your Josh. Wow. They don't not take your money if
that's
you're subscribed.
Unreal. It's the Big Ten. They've never not taken anyone's money.
That's unreal. What would they put on?
You have access to all the archives, I guess.
Cross.
Yunka Dunka.
You have access to all the archives, right? You can
boy. That's some good stuff.
So
man.
you're okay though that they got rid of that option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not up in arms about it. I do subscribe to it. I will subscribe to it. I guess it'll be a couple more bucks. So, but sometimes I did want to watch. There was some other event on it that interested me from another team, and I couldn't get it. So when I had just the Nebraska one, so I'm fine.
Penn State Purdue wrestling. That sounds like fun. Called by students at Purdue.
I mean, there used to be a lot more men's and women's basketball on there exclusively. So that's kind
one of my first games that not one of my first games. One of the last games that I called when I was in college was on BTN Plus. Nebraska played Florida Gulf Coast, Dunk City.
Well, that was the opening game in
City.
Pinnacle Bank Arena.
Barely.
Tommy Lee was there.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee was at that game.
Was he?
Yeah, that was the opening game at PBA when Dunk City came in and he did they had the marching band come out and he did.
Wait,
never
mind.
DJ.
I didn't call that game. I called a different game.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what game I called. I'll look it up. I'll see if I can figure it out. By the way, Jack, a lot of people making Axis Powers jokes about what you said about Japan, and Joel writes, hopefully no World War II vets are tuned in.
Jack here for the Axis.
Wow. Incredible.
80th anniversary of D-Day this week, and Jack is Team Axis.
I just realized I went to Italy last summer too. Oh my gosh.
That's true.
It'll be the 80th anniversary. It's the 80th anniversary this week of D-Day.
Holy crap. June 7th.
Yeah.
Look at that. History.
Very good.
You say millennials don't know about stuff before we were alive. June 7th boy over here.
Well, you just remembered it because it's the 7th, and you relate a lot of things back to the 7th of the month.
7th? 7? Like that?
I don't know.
7th? Okay.
Probably. June 6th, actually. It's not June 7th.
Oh, son of a...
Jeez.
All right. Well, never mind. So you're the idiot, too, because you said very good.
Now who loves America?
Yeah, not us. Like
apparently no one here.
We're both.
I'm
Oh,
not
December
watching the
7th. Thank you.
Olympics.
Day 5 points out it was December 7th. I was just mixing up my days. I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you for your service.
that's like mixing up Memorial Day and Veterans Day, basically. Like
Exactly.
Same thing. Yeah. What it's all the same, right, Josh?
We do that quite a bit, actually.
I mean, they are very similar holidays.
Well, one
is celebrating the dead, right?
Yes.
That's Memorial.
Yeah.
Veterans is celebrating all veterans,
Correct.
alive and dead.
Correct.
We figured it out.
All right. Well, I hope I won't talk to you next week. I'll be off. But
Oh yeah, I just found out who the fill-in is.
Who?
For next week? Mike Stibbs.
Ooh,
that'll be fun.
You said Mike first, and I was like, oh no. And then you said Stibbs, and I was like, yes.
Oh wow. Jack Mitchell out on other mics.
Yeah.
Wow. Schaefer will do the next day though.
Oh, I didn't mean that one.
Oh yeah. There's another letter at the end of his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would never call him Mike. He doesn't like that.
I know, but I didn't know where this was going, right?
Wow,
I didn't know
interesting.
if another letter was coming. Sorry, no offense to Mike.
Wow. No offense.
No offense to the white mics.
Oh.
Jack, have a great week. Good luck to your team tonight.
Thank you.
You're gonna need it.
More good luck to you. I just want to see you in one piece.
I know. I'll hopefully.
I'm worried about your knees.
No pulled muscle, no additional knee injuries. Yeah, that'll be an issue.
Next week's interview will be coming from his hospital bed when he's in a full body cast.
Oh, and you won't even be here for it.
Oh, I would.
You'd hop into the StreamYard for
I would
that?
definitely hop into the StreamYard.
Understandably so.
Yeah. All right.
Bye, Jack.
We will be back right after this. 1620 in the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
I opened up my fortune cookie last night, and on the front it says, here you could download a bunch of music. And then on the back, there's a QR code for Napster.
Yeah, fortune cookies used to be fun, whimsical. At the end of your chicken fried rice, you're like, boop, boop, boop.
Boop, boop, boop. That's exactly what I did
we had
last night.
Chinese the other night. I don't think we ever got fortune cookies.
Even worse.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
With the heat index this afternoon. Southerly winds up to 10 miles an hour, becoming mostly cloudy tonight, but staying warm with a low of 66. Mostly cloudy skies for much of the day Tuesday, breezy with a 70% chance of spotty to scattered storms, a few of which could be strong, a high of 84. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The Nebraska Lottery presents 5 reasons the dollar bill is so great. First, it's always there when you need it. You can always find one folded up in your pocket just waiting to get you out of a jam. Second, it's humble. It doesn't strut around like a 50 or 100 waiting for people to compliment it. Third, it works hard. Whether you need more money for a tip or extra detergent at the laundromat, a dollar bill sure comes in handy. Fourth, it beats lugging around 100 pennies. And fifth, you can use it to buy a Lotto America ticket from the Nebraska Lottery. Lotto America only costs $1. It has a $2 million starting jackpot with drawings every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. And you can add the All-Star bonus for an additional $1 to multiply any prize won. So visit a Nebraska Lottery retailer today and buy a Lotto America ticket. Ooh, sounds like someone tried to pay with 100 pennies. So sad.
Lotto America top prize odds, 1 in 26 million.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They're a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
On Saturday, June 8th, from Council Bluffs, Iowa, All Elite Wrestling presents Collision. This is professional wrestling. Live every moment. We are doing this for you. As professional wrestling biggest stars bring a Saturday night fight to the Mid-America Center. AEW is where the best wrestle. AEW Collision, live Saturday, June 8th from Mid-America Center in Council Bluffs. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Take me out to the Rib Shack.
Take me out with the crowd.
Buy me some ribs, brisket, and some mac.
I don't care if I never get back. Let me eat at the Rib Shack.
In every bite, there's a win. For it's 1, 2, 3 slabs, you're in at the old Rib Shack.
Rib Shack Smokehouse, 108th and Q. When you shop local, you help strengthen our community. So if you need roof repair, gutters, siding, even windows, call local Pyramid Roofing. They're the #1 roofer in Omaha for more than a dozen years. Let Pyramid Roofing come and give you a free estimate. Give them a call at 402-502-9300. That's 402-502-9300. Or visit them online at
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
They'll perch up in trees. They'll swoop at you. They'll attack you for no reason. Peacocks are mean.
They're not gonna kill you.
On 1620, The Zone.
Fourth inning in Stillwater. It's 2-1 Florida in the winner-take-all, deciding Game 7. And Oregon State is up 9-6 in the 7th.
It's too bad they're not the home team right now.
They're not, even though they're playing at home, which
So
I've never
stupid.
understood.
Can we fix this? I thought that they changed this rule.
Apparently not.
Dumb.
If you're the better seeded team, you should always be the home team.
Yeah,
period.
I don't know why they make it all complicated.
Because the NCAA is going to be fair for everybody.
Mustache Adam
Whatever.
tweets in Jack Mitchell in December of 1941. I think I'll be Team Japan.
Not a good look.
Come on, Jack.
Also, not a good look. Big Ten baseball this past weekend.
Oh,
it was funny because they actually 2 of their 3 teams won on Friday.
Yeah,
Indiana won and Illinois won, and then proceeded to the bed.
Yeah,
the rest of the weekend. The run differential between the 3 schools, and again, keep in mind, 2 of them won on Friday,
and then another one won on Saturday.
No, they all lost. They just lost. Well,
Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska won on Saturday.
So they have combined 3. So they are 3-6.
3-6.
Okay.
Run differential -32. Yeah.
So an average of -10 per team.
Yep.
Not great.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
No.
For the old Big Ten. And for Nebraska, I think, and this was kind of my concern going in, was, everyone liked to focus on it's a Tuesday, they can't win, but if it's any other day of the week.
Hey,
no,
I made that joke. Don't put it in that type of tone.
You made the joke.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think some people were joking.
Oh, okay.
The other common denominator between those Tuesday games and what happened over the weekend, non-conference.
Hey, Florida's a non-conference game. Oh, wait, crap. I just figured out the problem. They should have played Big Ten teams in the NCAA tournament. Maybe they'd be playing in the Supers.
Perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But I looked it up. Now, this isn't totally up to date because the Purple Aces won. So you can move the Valley up to 8. But super regional bids as of this morning since 1999.
Okay.
By conference. The SEC now has 104 bids with the results of tonight pending.
Wow.
104 super regionals since 1999.
And
ACC has 82.
Okay.
The Pac-12 and the Big 12 have 50. Then the Big West with 22. Conference USA with 16. The Big 10 has 9. Big 10 has basically averaged one super regional bid every 2.5 years.
Yeah, because this is encompassing 25 seasons.
This is 25 seasons.
So
of course, technically, I guess it could be
No,
24.
No, it's 20. It's 25.
Well, 2020 didn't happen.
That would have made this year
Either way,
26.
either way.
So, but I'm saying that to prove my point in terms of math. So we're talking about over 4, basically 4 a year for the SEC. A little over 3 a year for the ACC. Literally right at 2 for the Pac-12. Literally right at 2 for the Big 12, and then 1 most years for the Big West. And then, like you said, 1 every 2.5 years for the Big 10. Not great.
No.
Not great.
No, it's not. Oof. Which is why the Big 10 also has only 2 College World Series appearances in the last 39 years.
Yeah.
3 if you want to go back 40. Oof. It goes back to that question we asked last week, will the addition of those Pac-12 schools, Oregon being one of them who did make a super this weekend,
mm-hmm.
will that help raise the level of Big Ten baseball, or will Big Ten baseball do to those 4 schools what it kind of did to Nebraska, and that is drag it down into the muck?
It's hard
like the swamp monster.
It's hard to think that it won't be that. I don't know. I mean, first of all, and we talked about this enough last week, so we don't need to relitigate it. It's not like these schools that are joining are these incredible programs. Oregon has certainly been on the up and up since they resumed playing baseball.
And they're a fairly big spender.
Yes. And so, awesome. But UCLA, down. USC, down. I forgot to look at Washington again. I need to look at Washington baseball.
Washington's been hit and miss.
So this isn't, all right, so let's pretend, for some reason, LSU, Texas, and Florida State are joining the Big Ten. Now that, interesting. That might raise the level of play up because those actually are in parts of the country that care, but they're actually great programs.
Yeah.
Great programs.
Well, we're also moving into a very uncharted time in college sports where we don't know what the budgets are going to look like in a couple of years because of the unsettlement and other things. Now, sure, I'm not saying baseball is going to go away, but there may need to be some decisions made in terms of, what is going to be allowed, what's not. Is everybody going to have roster limitations? Is everybody going to take away the scholarship limitations? Or will it be, as some have speculated, piecemeal? We don't know yet.
Yeah. Because
but my gut tells me this. If there are going to be some things made autonomously, decisions made autonomously by conferences, I would expect the Big Ten to continue to give baseball a shorter shrift than they do other sports because they've never prioritized it in the modern era of college athletics.
What was the thing that happened with assistants within the last decade where you were able to get another assistant and the Big Ten voted against it?
Yes.
Am I remembering incorrectly? I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm asking that question to prove the point in terms of scholarships because, again, like you said, I know the SEC will respond. Off of this graphic, I know how the ACC will respond. The Pac-12 is dead. I'm guessing the Big 12 will respond in due kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would the Big 10? Why is that an automatic? automatic expectation. If it's because they have the money to spend, I'll see you and I'll hear you and I'll say, all right, I understand why you would think that way. But if they didn't vote for it, I think a lot of people would say, yeah, what did you expect them to do? They don't care about baseball.
No.
So let's see the answer to that question.
No. But season is done. They gave it a hell of a ride, Nebraska did.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I guess I don't come away from this weekend feeling all that let down. Because, well, as we're seeing, Florida's, 15 outs away from winning this regional.
Yeah.
So, they were kind of as advertised. Oklahoma State, is hosting for a reason. And unfortunately, when you are in, and this is not a knock, but it's true, when you are in a mid-major conference, which the Big Ten is for baseball.
I hate that you always have to do that. I understand why you do, but I hate that you have to preface this conversation every time.
Right, but that's what it is, because
I know, but you have to feel like you have to because people would be bad.
But,
and it is.
But for those who only swoop in on college baseball this time of year,
100%.
They just see names. They think Michigan. Oh, Michigan's always good. Ohio State. Oh, Ohio State. No, it's not the case. This is a very, very different sport that the Big Ten is, quite frankly, not prioritized. And until they show me numerous definitive measures that say they are prioritizing it, I'm always going to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, would I blame them if they continue to not prioritize it because of the changes that are coming down the pike? No, because no one knows what's going to happen right now. We still got people arguing over whether or not Title IX is going to apply to these revenue sharing payments. And some people are trying to make the argument, oh, no, they have Title IX. We don't have to worry about that. Can you imagine, even if you could convince the right legal minds that Title IX does not apply to these revenue sharing payments, if you could convince enough people, do you think in today's climate, where we as a society are prioritizing women's sports like never before, that we're just going to say, yeah, don't worry about it. Revenue sharing, that'll be just for the men's sports, especially football and basketball. I don't see that happening. And I don't see that as a good move. I don't see schools like Nebraska. Quite frankly, I don't see a lot of Big Ten schools saying that, no, we're just going to do the revenue sharing for the men, forget about the women. They're not going to do that.
I agree to a point. Not just men's sports in general, but if they said it for football and men's basketball, that wouldn't surprise me because those are profitable sports. They can't do it for all men's sports, though, because all men's sports aren't profitable.
No, but but again, those are the things that are going to have to be worked out.
Yeah.
Down.
Jimmy writes, this is why the sport of baseball sort of sucks. Location matters way too much.
Location never used to matter. We say location matters, and it does. But the SEC was not a great baseball conference pre-1990.
But, John, that's now 34 years ago, though. I understand what you're saying.
But what happened? They committed to it.
But I know,
and they started spending to it, and they started prioritizing it, and now you're seeing.
But I'm saying, like you said, it didn't used to be that way, but that's a long, long, long time ago now.
Sure it is. But
that's multiple generations.
But when that goes to show you what happens when you make the effort to, put revenue into it. Sure, of course, warm weather climates can benefit. Or there's no question about that. But let's not pretend that it also didn't come without a lot of hard work.
100%. You can't just have the money. You got to spend it wisely. Nebraska's had the money in football. They have not spent it wisely.
There you go.
Text message coming in from Cats Are Funny, so you'll agree with this person.
Wow.
Baseball season is over. It's football season now. Let's talk football. Thank you, gentlemen.
No, football season it's over.
That's what Cats Are Funny says, though, John. And you love cats, and you think they're funny.
I don't agree with everyone, though, who thinks the cats are funny.
Interesting.
Well, you'll get your wish.
Oh, will I?
Yeah.
Are we talking some football?
Maybe.
All right.
1620 the zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 the zone.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way. And it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom. Or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Host is roasting every morning.
How does Host Coffee Services provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
I love playing sports, especially for my school. And that's because school sports are special. It's where it's safe to fail. It's where we're taught resilience, where our fear becomes confidence. It's where we learn to get back up after every fall. School sports are where 7.8 million students go from I can't to I can.
This message presented by the NSAA and the Nebraska State Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Florida's gotten the run back. They're now up 3-1 in the 5th over Oklahoma State. Winner take all. Oregon State up 10-6 in the 8th. Winner, if Oregon State is a winner, would take all. If they lose, then they get another game tonight. And then 3 others will be going on later this afternoon and this evening as the road to Omaha commences. And of course, we are your home for the College World Series 1620 The Zone, where you can also subscribe today. Become a member of our email club. Go to 1620thezone.com. You might get exclusive takes from Josh on the College World Series.
Exclusive takes?
Possibly.
Wow, I'm trying to think of an exclusive take that I've never delivered about the College World Series before.
Well, you've got a couple weeks to think about it.
All right, I'll figure it out.
It's not everyone's got their power rankings. We got power
Yes,
rankings everywhere.
yes.
Oh, look at my power rankings.
We should do our own power rankings.
Sure, why not?
All right. Georgia, number 1.
That's pretty much everyone's.
Ohio State's number 2.
Actually,
Oregon, number 3.
On the ESPN FPI,
yeah,
Oregon is number 2.
Oh, ahead of Ohio State?
Texas is number 3.
Man.
Oh, so not even top 3.
So ESPN and their FPI must have built in the Ryan Day idiot-o-meter to help out. Does your coach have Ryan Day? If the answer is no, you get a bump up. If the answer is yes.
Are your fans idiot enough to think that if they don't win this year that Ryan Day should get fired? Yes. Those are
the whole thing.
Idiot meter. Ohio State 4, Alabama 5, Penn State 6, Notre Dame 7, Oklahoma 8, Tennessee 9, Missouri 10. Oh, wow, look. 6 of the top 10 teams are SEC, and 9 of the top 16 are SEC schools.
Well, how much of the top 16 are Big Ten?
Just 4. I'm sorry, 4 of the top 16
are Big Ten teams.
Mm-hmm.
What? Michigan, Ohio State.
Michigan's at 12.
Oregon. Who am I forgetting?
Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, get used to seeing that.
It's got to figure out. I got to rework my brain to remember that Oregon is now a Big Ten team.
The highest Big 12 team is
it Kansas?
Yes.
Dude, people are in on the Jayhawks this year. On the Jayhawks.
So are the computers.
17th. For the record, I like the Jayhawks, especially if they can stay healthy at quarterback.
17th. And Kansas State is next on the Big 12 only list.
Where's Utah? Where's Utah?
Utah, it's in the Rocky Mountains. 27th.
That was funny.
27th.
Okay.
The highest ACC team is Florida State at 11 and Clemson at 15. The highest not power conference and not Notre Dame is Boise State at 48.
Have we fully wrapped our arms around the anger in some quarters when a team that is ranked, Boise for the record, will not be ranked 48th? They're the best G5 team will not be ranked 48th playoff time. But if we fully wrapped our arms around a team that is like 23rd getting into the playoff as one of the 12 and how angry that will cause some folks to be. Like Cincinnati made it and people were pissed about it. But look, they were undefeated that year and it was a weak field otherwise. All of the perfect things happened elsewhere in the sport, and so they were able to get in.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be people angry because it's college football. There's always going to be someone angry. I mean, it's not a terrible thing. Why? I know the number of teams are different, but when you're talking 12 teams,
I know
12 teams, you're telling me that someone deserving is going to get left out because Boise State got in as the 12th team?
Yeah.
Really? We're going to do this? We don't carry – the only people that carry on like this when it comes to the basketball tournament are the conference commissioners who only want to expand it so they can allow all of their schools in. This is the same mentality that leads people to shrugging their shoulders when they see that another conference has expired or that another conference is being rated for other schools. So what?
I know. For the record, I agree with you on this.
I know you do.
But I think it's going to happen. I think one of the worst parts about the playoff expanding now versus at a previous time in our history is that I do not remember, John, the last time that the group of 5 as a collective was this bad. A decade ago even.
Yeah.
Let's go even a little bit further before that. 15 years ago. Let's go 09-ish. You had TCU, group of 5. Utah, group of 5. Boise State, group of 5. And those 3 teams were incredible.
Right.
And that's just the top of the group of 5. And then you go on down and there were other good programs too. But now where are all those schools? Except for Boise, they're in power leagues. So power leagues have essentially sucked the G5 dry of great programs.
Sure, but also let's not be ignorant. If you put yourself, I'm not saying you specifically, but collectively, if you put yourself back in the mindset of where we were in 2009, people were looking down their nose at TCU.
Oh, 100%.
People were looking down their nose at Boise State. People were looking down their nose at Utah.
But I will say this, and this is, I'm going to pull up a preseason poll. And so this will be a little different than what we're doing because these are computer based. But the 2010 preseason poll, preseason, number 3, Boise State. Number 6, TCU. Utah wasn't in there. So, I mean, like those schools were in the top 6.
Right. But what did those schools do to earn that kind of love from the human voters?
Well, they had season after season after season after season.
And they also got signature wins over power conference schools.
Correct. And that was the year
bowl games actually.
That was the year that it opened up and Boise played Virginia Tech and beat Virginia Tech. TCU, I believe that was a year where I think they beat Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
It was a different time. But like the weakening of the G5, I think is a real sad part of the sport. Because I think that it has happened. And I say this as someone who has for years and years wanted G5 teams to have more access, more opportunities. And like now they have it. And I just don't think that they're going to be able to give us their best, for example, because their best is now in the Big 12 for the most part.
But I'm not going to fall into the trap of,
me neither,
of this year. If, whoever the G5 representative is and they get boat raced by whatever, who would they play? The 5 seed?
They play a 5 seed.
Right.
So the best, they would play the runner-up probably of the Big 10 or SEC.
Right. I want to see more than 1 year worth of data.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, would it be great if, the G5 team could give that team a run? Absolutely. Because remember, this is going to be a brand new opportunity for them that they have never had before. And we've seen it happen, and heck, we're seeing it happen in this baseball tournament. These 4 seeds and 3 seeds getting those opportunities, and what do? They take advantage.
I think
that's my dream.
I think I mentioned this recently, but year 1 of the playoff, the 4-team playoff, it was in a way validated because the 4 seed won. They won the whole thing. They upset Alabama. That was Ohio State. They upset Alabama. They won the national championship.
So you're saying if the 12 seed has to win and validate this one?
No, but it would be good early on if something goofy happened.
Oh, sure.
That'd be nice. It'd be like, wow, see, it doesn't just, when you expand, maybe that does mean that it won't just be top 1, 2, 3 that win it all. We'll see.
Coming up, Mitch Sherman is going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on the final word in Husker athletics for 23-24 now that all the teams have wrapped up. Still later in the Grum, we're going to give you our all-sport grades for the 3 big local schools because the college sports season is done. And we won't see anything for another 3 months.
It's going to go by like that. I hope it doesn't because I love my summer.
Then why do you say it?
I'm just stating facts, John. I state facts on the show.
Oh, so do you walk in to your grandparents and say, you know what? Your lives are going to be over like that.
I would never say that to
Well, that's what you're doing to my summer. You're murdering my summer.
You would say that my grandparents are a little more important than your summer, John. Wow. I hope that they're listening right now.
I didn't say it.
I hope that, it was the lack of saying something, John. It was the lack of it.
Oklahoma State is now pulled within a run in the 5th inning, 3-2, but they are still waiting for that big hit. They've had bases loaded with nobody out, and they've still only scratched across 1 run on a sac fly.
Indeed.
16-20 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to worry about this afternoon, but we are getting reports of delays on eastbound I-80, starting at 680, going all the way to 72nd. Otherwise, delays on westbound 370 between 72nd and 84th, on eastbound Industrial Road at 144th, and then slow going on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th, and on westbound Dodge from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanahan's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Velocity is currently seeking participants to wear a Fitbit watch for 31 days with compensation of up to $200. Some other current studies include low T, COPD, flu, pediatric, infant, and RSV. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages. See current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com, compensation for study-related time and travel, and find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Nick Bromell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve, make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with Royalty. Visit us today at royaltyroofing.org.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Oregon State is tacking on in the 9th. They are the road team, even though they're at home.
Dumb. So dumb.
Now it's 11-6, so it looks like the Beavs are moving on. And Okie State got held to just the one run, even though they had bases loaded, nobody out. They're still down 3-2 in the 5th.
12 outs left.
12 outs to go. But Josh, if you would have been watching the squeeze play this weekend, you know that we don't count outs on squeeze play.
I did watch it. I just had the volume turned down.
Wow, out on Matt Schick.
Yeah.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Hello, Mitch.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey, guys. Can you count outs with... I don't think you can count outs when there's 4 innings left. I think it's 3, maybe even 2. Like 6 outs seems like... If you say 12, it's almost like... almost works the opposite way psychologically against the team on defense. That seems like that's a lot. Seems like half the game.
No, I agree. I would say the 7th, starting in the 7th is fine. Once you get under 9, so you
Sure.
get that first
8
out in the
outs
7th
go.
inning, then it's 8 outs. But if you're a Cub
8
fan,
outs
you
to go.
don't
Don't
count-
talk about 5
you
outs.
Don't talk about 5 outs.
Don't talk about 5
You
outs.
Don't talk about 5 outs.
Hey, Mitch, I have a question for you because you are certainly a journalist, and John and I are not. What's up with this whole home teams or road teams? And can we fix this? It's been this way for far too long. We need to fix this. Can you do anything about it?
What? Tell me more about this conversation we're having.
So, like Oregon State, they're playing right now in Corvallis,
yeah.
and they're on the road.
Gotcha.
That's stupid.
Oh no, this is the way it's always been in the baseball regional. So if you're the higher seed, then you're the home team, and then if you play a second time, then the team that was the home team is the visiting team. I mean, you guys know, and then it switches. I think there's a coin toss on the third meeting, but it is weird, and I've seen it in action. Long ago at regionals in Lincoln, where Nebraska ends up being the visiting team in game 2 of a super regional, like any team in their home stadium is in game 2 of a super regional. Hey, Nebraska punched its ticket.
It's Miami
to its first College World Series. I was thinking the Rice Super Regional.
Yes,
2001 with Will Bolt catching the ball as a visiting team. I believe that is the case. They would have been in the field when the game ended because they, whatever, it happens. And it's, you even go to the other dugout, which is kind of weird in a lot of cases.
And I thought they were going to change this.
I did too. I thought that this was a thing that was coming.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Kendall Rogers about that.
All right.
So with the academic sports year officially done, when you look back at this year of Nebraska Cornhusker athletics, we're going to grade it later on in the program, but when you look back on it, what is kind of what's going to be that lasting memory?
Year 1 for Matt Rule, I think, is the number one headline, the number one takeaway, and how that went. Ups and downs, disappointing finish, lots of momentum for the future. Not all that much different than we felt after year 1 with Scott Frost, and I'm only drawing the analogy to that off-season feeling. I think there are a lot of differences in the program now in comparison to 2019. So that's kind of number one because it's football. And right there, you have to talk about Trev Albert's unexpected departure and Nebraska going and getting Troy Dannon in a week. That was a hugely defining moment. And then you got Fred Hoiberg and what Nebraska basketball did to get to the NCAA tournament for just the first time in a decade. That was certainly, if not unexpected, if you were predicting that before the season, then you were in the minority. I think I started to kind of smell it in December. They just looked like a different kind of team. But wow, there goes Oklahoma State kicking the ball around. But those three things to me stand out. But there was a lot of success across the board. I mean, we thought for a long period of time that Nebraska volleyball was going to win a national championship, and then Texas came out and looked like the Brazilian national team in Tampa. But there's a lot of success, and it's indicative in where Nebraska as a school is finishing in the cup race, the Directors' Cup, whatever it's called now.
Mitch, if Volleyball Day is like the obvious number one in terms of most memorable,
forgot about that.
And just in terms of like most memorable event or like game, what would be number 2 across the board? What is the second most memorable game or match that has been played by a Nebraska team?
I mean, you can make a case for Nebraska-Wisconsin volleyball at the Devaney Center, 1-2 on the right after the Northwestern football game. I'd probably go to the Purdue game.
That's what I would do.
When Nebraska beat Purdue at home, and I was watching that on TV from a hotel room in Nashville at the coaches convention, the football coaches convention that week. So sadly was not there. I was there for Volleyball Day, and that takes the cake. I mean, even knocking off number 1, that was transcendent. What happened at Memorial Stadium in August.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, Volleyball Day certainly is number 1, but the Purdue game, especially because it was It was unexpected. And remember, it was a lighter crowd because
of the snowstorm,
because of weather.
Yes.
And
I forgot about that.
And it's the one time where, well, it's probably the last time we saw Trev Alberts and Matt Rule happily dancing together in public.
It was happy Trev at that moment. He was not thinking about being lured away. I think as the basketball season came to an end, looking back on it now, hindsight, you started to see Trev a little bit less and in those courtside seats, and maybe we should have known. Maybe we should have had a sense that something was up. But anyway, it's water under the bridge.
Mitch, could the case be made that this next academic sports year, 24-25, for both reasons, internal and external, might be the most important in Nebraska history?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you factor in what's happening in college sports and that the college football playoff is expanding and that the Big Ten is expanding this year and that the money and influence of the league is growing and there's a window and there's not a very large opening for teams to kind of reshuffle their pecking order, both for Nebraska as a football program and I think as an athletic department within the Big Ten. It's kind of, there's some disarray right now because you're bringing in 4 new teams and it's like musical chairs. So people are going to take their seats. Schools are going to take their seats. Football programs are going to take their seats. We'll see where it goes with basketball. That's a secondary type situation, not as important, but still important to the fans and important to the athletic department. And then on down the line with other sports, but mainly just the overall place where Nebraska athletics fits in the new world of college football, the new world of the Big Ten, and then of course overarching beyond that is what's happening with revenue sharing and how all of that shakes out. We're in a little bit of a quiet period now after all of the conferences and the NCAA agreed to the big settlement, but sometime in this 24-25 year, there's going to be some bombshells dropped about what the terms of the settlement are. And some of them are going to impact Nebraska minimally, and then some of them are going to impact Nebraska in a huge way. And, the one that I have my eye on above all else, and I don't expect this to be something that is landscape changing, but you just never know, is the roster limit thing. I mean, if they come back and say, hey, you can have 90 players on your football roster or something to that effect, which again, I don't expect. I think there's just way too much blowback from coaches in the 2 power leagues to allow that to happen. I think, you'll probably see a roster limit, but it's going to be more than 100, which Nebraska can manage and handle. But if it's like you got 85 or you got 90, that's the scholarship limit. That's what you got. That is something that changes the look forever of Nebraska football.
Mitch, looking to the end of the baseball season, was this a successful year for this program?
Yeah, 40 wins. You win a Big Ten tournament. You go to a regional as a 2 seed. No shame in losing to Florida, which had a down year in the SEC, but it's proving that it's very postseason worthy and a dangerous team. I mean, it reminds me of when, and it's been a different climb for Will Bolt than it was for his old coach, his mentor, and Dave Van Horn. But there's still some similarities there. And part of it with Van Horn, going back 25 years ago, is that he had been a head coach at the Division I level before he got to Nebraska and had the ability, I think, to kind of work some things out and how he was going to build a program when he was at Northwestern State in Louisiana. And, Will, this was his first go at it at this level at a major conference. And so you expect maybe there's been a few more bumps in the road at the beginning. Going up to where Nebraska was at in 2021 and then coming back to earth last year. This kind of reminds me of like a reboot. And it's reminiscent of when Van Horn went to his first regional in 1999. They unexpectedly won a Big 12 tournament and then got sent to Ohio State for a regional and were game, but they just couldn't manage like the big talent that Mississippi State had in that regional, and it ended up getting blown out at the end. So, and then the next year they came back and they built on it, and they went to a super regional. And the year after that, they built on that and they went to the College World Series. So not to say that Bolt is going to do that, but he's got a blueprint out there to follow, and it should at least provide some optimism.
Is that kind of, I know you said, it's not a guarantee just because you did it 25 years ago doesn't mean you're going to do it today. But is that kind of incremental growth possible when you're in a league like the Big Ten versus what Nebraska had back in those days in the Big 12, when you had big baseball schools like Texas and Oklahoma State and Baylor, kind of leading the way?
Well, it was different back then. You can make a case that it was harder because you had all of those teams lined up on your schedule every week, but also, it gave you more wiggle room. It gave you more ability to see great competition, so that when you did get to the regionals and you played a Stanford or Wichita State was the team that Nebraska kind of had to get past the year after its first regional under Van Horn, and the Huskers went and took care of the Shockers in Minnesota the next year. Like, you're more prepared for those kind of situations for sure when Miami comes to town or Rice comes to town. If you played in the Big 12 against Texas and Texas A&M and Oklahoma State. But it doesn't mean that you can't do it at the Big Ten. And I do think the Big Ten is going to continue to grow more competitive. Oregon, you see, is in a super regional this week, and they're gonna bring in some power to the league. Power is just like a solid program. USC, I mean, historically, they've got it. So I don't expect them to stay down in baseball forever. And UCLA, same kind of thing. They've won national championships. They were bad this year, but I do see the Big Ten has a long way to go as a baseball conference. And you saw 3 teams go 1-2 and run out of pitching at the end in regionals. But it's shown, and Michigan showed it a few years ago. Indiana's shown it. Nebraska's almost shown it, that they can be competitive on a national level. And I think they're trending in the right direction. We'll see if this, in talking to some Big Ten coaches at the tournament, I think they're optimistic. One, that they have a commissioner who cares about baseball. And 2, that it's all this change that we were just talking about a minute ago with the landscape of college sports can provide an opportunity for baseball to undergo some kind of structural change too, with scholarships, or maybe this when the season is played. And I don't think they're going to move the season back a month like some Big Ten coaches would like. The SEC will never allow that, but maybe some more some other changes that aren't quite as drastic can help the Big Ten.
Mitch, football question for you. Huskers added 12 commitments last June. Are you expecting a similar month this time around?
Yeah, I mean, not in terms of the numbers. They're at 8 right now for the class of 2025, and I suppose they could be at 20 by the end of June. That would get them pretty close to being done. It's easy. A lot of times in May and June we talk about how it's going to be a small class, and then it never ends up being a small class because there's attrition. But Matt Rule is more. I think you can kind of count on the numbers a little bit more with him of being able to rely on what the roster looks like, and it's going to kind of look like that again next year, just because his retention rate is high with players. But I still don't think they're going to go sign 26 or 27 players in this 2025 class. So there are going to be a bunch of commitments in June, and it starts, as it always does, with what's going on at home. And they've got 3 or 4 big targets in and around Omaha that are going to be huge for Nebraska to generate momentum this month. And those guys are all going to be visiting on the 14th or the 21st of June, those weekends. And then you branch out, and they've already brought in some big names nationally, and there'll be some more big national names. And then there's going to be players that emerge from camp. There already have been. They're at a satellite camp today in Central Texas, and they made an offer to an international player, and they're going to be in Houston tomorrow at a satellite camp that I saw last year. That's where they found Braylon Prude, a DB in this 24 class. So there'll probably be somebody or a couple players out of that thing. The thing that happens is you get a reputation as a coaching staff as one that takes the camp seriously and makes offers out of camp. I think Nebraska will have more of those kind of under the radar players come to its camps, both in Lincoln and outside of Lincoln this month, because of what happened last year with so many offers going out to players that either didn't have any offers coming into the camp or had maybe just 2 or 3.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you much. Enjoy the rest of this week, and we'll chat with you next time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
You need to spend time this week saying goodbye to all of our guests and say, I'll see you at the end of the month.
What?
It's like Christmas time. Talk to you next year. But for you, it's talk to you.
Why would I do that?
To remind them that you're leaving us behind.
I'm not leaving anyone behind. Why is it I always have to do this when you go on vacation, one of your little jogathons? I don't say, Josh, you should just tell everyone. Because, I mean, where you're going, you're putting your life in danger. I mean, your knees could explode and then you're done. Where I'm going, I'm just doing prep.
Interesting. I hope that I don't die from running. The first person who ever ran a marathon died. Fun fact. He probably wasn't taking in gels, though, as he was making the distance. You gotta make sure you're taking in that fuel, John.
And you think this is a sport that should be
celebrated? Yes.
Never.
John, I'm talking for my running pod.
Bunch of murder.
Did you know I do a running pod?
I do.
I'm talking to a former Olympian for the pod. How about that? Nope, not Mary Lou. A former Olympian. You'll have to stay tuned to see which.
Zola Budd was a runner.
This person ran in the Olympics in your lifetime, and you were of age, not to drink, but
and you know what I wasn't doing? Watching.
Wow, sad, very sad.
I wasn't.
Very sad. Sam writes, can't believe John thinks we should kill people without knees. Yeah, sheesh, John.
No, I'm just saying when Josh's knees explode, take the rest of him with him.
Wow. Johnny texts in, so he must be listening to the podcast of the crossover. Johnny writes, is there a rule that you have to be a contrarian to be in radio? How can everyone in the crossover be triggered by 3 days of fireworks? Some of you are a little too young to be getting this curmudgeon-y. Now, I pointed out that you're in your 50s. John is not too young for anything. Except for, if he died, I'd say, oh, he's too young. So I reminded him of this, and he responded, aside from John, he has lived long enough to be this way. For the record, I don't despise fireworks. I just think buying them is dumb. Right? I wouldn't do it.
I just can't stand when they're lit off days after the.
There we go. Tremendous take, Peter.
That's the only thing.
Tremendous take.
The problem is it loses its impact after about an hour. You're like, oh, I'm seeing the same things and I'm hearing the same things over and over. Cool.
Yeah. I don't mind the big ones. I think the big ones are fun to watch. I'll watch the big ones.
You can watch it for about a half an hour and then you're like, okay, I've seen it all.
What about the one in San Diego where they accidentally lit them all off in a span of 30 seconds?
That was crazy.
See, that was really good.
That
and then
was
it was
fun.
another 30 seconds and everyone got to go home.
That also happened at the Trash Pandas game, and it was just shooting into the berm where people were sitting.
A couple of comments.
That does not sound fun.
Kenneth writes, Josh runs, news to me. And then Jock Slap says, John Bishop out on exercise and fitness. John, you announce sporting events. You should be in on these things, not out on these things.
You know what else is exercise and fitness?
What?
Robbing a bank and running away.
I mean, that's not really exercise. It is
a
a thing you do.
Especially when you're carrying bags of money.
Behind the bags.
That means you're carrying extra weight.
I mean, yeah, that is. I mean, I guess it would be good exercise. I'd be curious to see what my heart rate would be in a situation like that. You got to stay in zone 2, John.
Again.
Yes.
Those of you who enjoy doing it, you masochists, great. Good on you. It's boring as hell to watch.
A text message comes in.
Unlike this exciting baseball game that Oklahoma State is still losing in the 6th.
I used to make fun of John for his little trip to Newton, Iowa, Kansas, or whatever, to watch dirt racing. He makes fun of you for going to run a marathon, which is one of the greatest accomplishments a human can ever do. That's paradoxical.
That's one of the greatest accomplishments a human can ever do?
It's under 1% of all humans who have ever done it. It's pretty cool.
There's a lot of things that less than 1% of the population has ever done. We don't celebrate all of them.
That's true. That's true.
Again, I don't mock the attempt. Just don't.
Seems like you're mocking me.
Just don't make me watch it.
You're always mocking my knees over and over. You mock my knees.
I'm worried about your knees. I don't want to watch your knees explode.
Are you that worried? It seems like you laugh about this. You're giggling and gaggling over there. The giggle boy. Giggle and gaggle.
Giggle.
Well, there wasn't as much running. There was a lot of pushing and shoving. Well, actually, there was just one push, one shove, and one person falling to the ground. And boy, did people have takes about it this weekend.
Man, we have made it so far. 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I'm proud of us.
Well, there is an update on it.
Is this now real quick? Are we talking about it from the discourse angle or just the on the court angle? Are we talking about Pat McAfee Are we going to do that?
No,
that is making noise.
Oh, wait, so you don't know what he did? I kind of want to tell you what he did, but then we'd have to talk about it. He called her a white bitch.
Oh, so he's out on?
No, he was saying it, I think, as a compliment.
I think he was trying to be endearing.
Yeah, but he didn't say it the correct way.
He invited her to be a weekly
I
guest.
think that when you say it, you're supposed to say, like, well, that's a bad bitch.
Maybe Pat McAfee's just taking the lead of Greg Doyle and saying, man, if this is the way I don't have to cover this story, I'm going to get banned.
He wants to get banned.
It's a rule that every month a member of the Indianapolis media has to embarrass themselves.
They have to get in trouble.
Caitlin Clark.
All right, so we'll just talk about it from the on-court angle. That'll be perfect.
Well, there's an off-court perspective on it, too.
Okay, I guess we'll talk about it from that angle as well. I have a tweet about this that I'd like to read.
All right,
as well.
we'll do that and have more next. But first, we will remind you that at some point, the NBA playoffs will resume.
It's just 3 days away, John. Just 3 days.
And right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's it. $150 you can use on anything offered by the FanDuel Sportsbook. Live bets, same-game parlays, championship futures, player props, does not matter. And there's no better place to enjoy the NBA Finals and bet the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 and get started today. Again, $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet.
Right now, John, of course, the game, like I said, 3 days away. Mavericks plus 6.5 on the road. The total sits at 214 points. And speaking of points, there are player props for the players. Luka Doncic, over-under 31.5. Kyrie, 23.5. Jason Tatum, 27.5. Whether it is one of those lines, whether it's something else, go to FanDuel.com/1620 today to get started. 21 plus in President Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The Connor Happer Show.
Chris writes in on Twitter, there will be no missing Angel Hernandez. Absolutely none. He's terrible, and I'm truly happy to see him go. Do you at all feel bad for a human man, Angel Hernandez, who just so happens to be just awful at his job? Do you at all feel like, all right, he's retiring, we should just let it go, rather than pile on, happy to see you go, rotten hell, you know?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, warm, and humid this evening with the temperatures in the 80s. Partly cloudy to mostly clear. Later tonight, we'll see a low drop back near 67 degrees. Still warm and humid on Tuesday. A 50% chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Rainby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, there's a wreck blocking the left lane on the southbound JFK at F Street. It's causing stop-and-go traffic back to I-80. We've also got a stall blocking the right lane on the northbound JFK at I-80. If you're east on I-80, delays from 680 to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays from 72nd to about 42nd. And then delays on westbound Dodge between 108th and 120th, and on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We are excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best-in-town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars, 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. Ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Got the happy hour blues? Get to Cops for happy hour relief with 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. till close Sunday through Friday. Cops serves 24-ounce domestic drafts for just $3 and 24-ounce craft drafts for only $4, plus $2 off appetizers. The restaurant that offers great pizza, burgers, and tasty charred wings now offers 2 great happy hours. Visit Cops today at 180th and Center, the Shadow Lake Town Center, and 72nd and Jones, or click copspizza.com. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
He must have been high, like really high.
On 1620, The Zone.
While I can't guarantee that the B word might not get used in this segment because it actually was used in the actual incident, I hope that the hosts on this Grum won't end up in the awkward shouting matches that have peppered the chit-chat shows today in regards to this subject.
I thankfully have avoided any clips from First Take, so I've read quotes, but I have not watched any of them.
Yeah,
I did watch the McAfee video because everyone was tweeting about it. I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch this. And I watched the Sports Center highlight. Did you see that part of the story from this weekend? Where I guess we should probably talk about the incident, and then I can tell you about the Sports Center.
Of course,
thing.
You'd have to almost be hiding under a rock, which in some ways, again, it's the kind of publicity, good or bad. There's an old adage that there is no such thing as bad publicity.
Okay, it's funny you say that because that allows me to read this tweet that I saw earlier today from Matthew Zeitlin. Said the WNBA being sucked into various TV and social media discourse cycles is a sign of its health and viability. This is simply what it means to be a successful sport in 2024.
Yeah.
And obviously,
sadly, that's true.
It is. I saw another tweet earlier today from Matt DeMarinis that basically was like, I wish I could go back in time and hit myself in the head for ever wanting, women's sports to get more publicity or more discourse. Because it's like, this sadly is kind of what happens, Oh,
sure.
You think it's stupid, but I mean, what do the NBA shows do? They talk about the Lakers all the time, and they have weird debates. I'm happy that you and I never mentioned, and so I apologize for being the first. I don't mean to take us away from this. We never mentioned the whole, could the NFL players play in the NBA or NBA players play in the NFL? That sucked up so much oxygen on these shows for weeks at a time. I think it's still going. And it's like, this is what happens with really popular sports is weird crap all the time. And that's now what's happening with the WNBA and Caitlin Clark.
But it happened on Saturday when the Chicago Sky's Kennedy Carter plowed into Caitlin Clark before the ball was inbounded. It was an obvious cheap foul.
Yes. And no one disagrees on that, right? It seems
I would hope not, though. There are people, that are defending it from the standpoint of, well, it's a rough and tumble game. And listen, I mean, the folks who want to make those arguments, the benefit of the doubt is gone. We thought that this might happen. It was presumed. It is happening. That there is a bit of a initiation period.
Yeah. Welcome to the WNBA.
But it seems like it is really, really, really amplified in this case for a variety of different reasons.
Wait, real quick. Amplified in terms of us talking about
the intensity of it
I see.
And the take factory rises from it.
Yes.
But no doubt you've probably all seen the highlight or low light by now, but maybe what you didn't hear was what was or wasn't said after the game. This was Carter at the podium along with her head coach and one of her other teammates, basically pulling the no comment Fifth Amendment clause. That last voice is her coach, Teresa Weatherspoon, stepping in and basically saying, my client will no longer be answering any questions on this subject. Though Carter then did the Sorry, I'm going to pull rank here, but I'm going to do it. The typical Gen Z move of, won't talk about it when I'm asked about it, but I'll go on social media and like a bunch of tweets about it and then comment there. Because she then went on a
typical old guy move.
Typical young person move. Going on Twitter.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
And liking a bunch of stuff, basically supporting her actions.
For the record, millennials do this too.
Well, again, I'm pulling rank here.
I think your generation
instead
does.
Instead of sacking up and just, hey, I hate her, I went after her, no big deal.
Yeah.
Instead of saying it when you're asked about it, instead you go into your little internet.
I thought you
safe
said we
space.
weren't going to yell. You're yelling.
I didn't say I wasn't going to yell.
Oh, I thought you said we weren't going to yell in this segment.
I didn't say we weren't going to yell.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you said.
We are yelling.
But then she actually responded to one of these by saying, well, the original tweet was basically just supporting the fact that she didn't have anything to say after the game. And it read, kudos to all of these women. They have really made WNBA interesting. I'm looking forward to the post-game drama. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. To which Carter actually responded directly.
By the way, this is on Threads.
That looks like a tweet.
It's Threads.
I thought Threads was done. I thought it was a short-lived thing.
It's around. This is Threads.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, so I just wanted that
So it's
out there for the
even worse.
nomenclature. This
Hilarious that this is all going down on Threads.
Yeah. To which Carter wrote, and that on that.
That's
caused-
that.
Oh, that's that. Sorry.
Yeah. That's that on that. Do you want me to read it? Because I speak young.
Good Lord. Anyway, she basically says that Caitlin Clark, all she can do is shoot threes.
Yes.
That's basically what she said.
Yeah.
That's
Besides
all she
three-point
brings to the
shooting, what
table.
does she bring to the table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, tell me you don't know by saying you don't know. I mean, really? You can say, hell, you can even say, I don't think she's all that and a bunch of needs, but to say that that's all she brings.
I mean, that's kind of what she said, right? She just said it in a different way.
Well,
because I would say
exposing her ass is what she's doing.
Because I would say if she says
Not her literal ass,
yeah,
but just
if she says she's not all that, like
advocated.
I mean, neither of these things bother me. She's allowed to have her opinion, and I said this a couple of months ago, and I said, what is it about basketball players that all basketball players do this? Because a lot of people are wanting to make this about it being women. I've heard that so many times. Oh, this is what happens with women. No. This is something with basketball where Steph Curry had his climb and all of the old heads popped out and said he couldn't have done that back in my day. And now, and like, obviously this is her day too.
Yeah, but
she is still playing.
But this isn't a generational thing. I mean,
no, I know it's a
Carter's only
basketball
couple of-
thing.
It's only a couple of years
There's
older.
there's just something about this sport that is always so messy in this regard. And I think that is what's happening again. And look, it's so obvious. And I think we all saw it coming, but maybe we didn't see it coming to this degree, that she was going to suck up a lot of the oxygen. And, a lot of these games are on national TV. And I know that those who have played and currently play for a while, there is where have you been? We have always been here. And I understand wanting to have that opinion. It's not going to bother me. If you had been around at the beginning of something or at the ground floor, and then everyone suddenly is showing up and talking about it to the point where, McAfee and all these other shows are coming across like idiots.
Yeah, but here's the problem I have with that. You're supposed to want to bring
I know.
people into your support.
I know.
You're supposed to want.
Isn't
not
this like how
everyone
what
is just gonna-
frustrates?
I'm sorry, just because you exist doesn't mean we have to like it, respect it, or enjoy it.
Isn't this what annoys you about like soccer fans?
Yes!
It's what annoys people about hockey fans,
Yes!
where it's like, you want us to talk about your sport, and then we do, and it's like, no, but don't talk about it that way.
And it's not like we're talking about the particularly for an event like this. There's no nuanced basketball strategy at play here. This was somebody who obviously had a bone to pick with somebody, called her a bitch as she was doing it, and knocked her ass to the floor because there's an element of jealousy, resentment, whatever the
Or
case
just the
may
fact
be.
that it's just, bullying / picking on somebody.
Sure.
It's, or
but
as you
it's rooted in a lot of that. But this has nothing to do about, oh, you just don't understand basketball. It has nothing to do with basketball.
No, sure.
That was not a basketball thing that happened. That was somebody who obviously has an axe to grind who wanted to, take it out on somebody.
What do you think about this comment from James? Because I have noticed this too. Says a lot about Caitlin Clark when not even her teammates step up to defend her. She is not liked by anyone. Like when a player on a team, trying to think, like if somebody did a cheap shot at a quarterback of your favorite team.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, let's go to the NBA Finals. Somebody does a cheap shot. Luka does a cheap shot on Jason Tatum. I know what's going to happen from the other Celtics. They're going to step up and they're going to get in Luka's face. That's not happening with any of these plays. And I don't want to say that I totally agree with James. She is not liked by anyone because obviously she is liked by people. But I have noticed that like no one is coming to her defense that are on these teams.
Then why would you?
I'm just asking the question.
You're bringing in arguably the top player in the sport to come in and try to save your woe-begone franchise. Why wouldn't you want to defend that person?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question. Have you not noticed that? Like in every one of these times where she gets cheap shotted, no one ever is there. No one ever comes up and helps her up. No one ever gets in the face of these other players. It's odd. It's really weird.
It's odd, and quite frankly, it's stupid.
Well, agreed.
Because this is your franchise player. This is the person that's going to try to help make you better. And yeah, I get it. There's this, I understand the notion of, well, now people are paying attention, but it's only because of her.
100%.
But who cares why they're paying attention? At least they're paying attention. At least you're getting something you haven't gotten much of the last, how many years the WNBA has been around? 15-ish? 20 maybe?
Been around since the 90s, right?
I don't remember.
30-something years.
Either way, you're getting more notoriety. You're getting exactly what you want. And that's going to lead to what? More eyeballs are going to lead to what? More money for you.
And more eyeballs.
So why wouldn't you want to, if you were a teammate, protect somebody like this?
And for the record, I'm not implying that they're not.
I'm not saying the people in this league on other teams need to kiss her ass. And I get the idea of wanting to prove yourself, but we're talking about a person. I mean, Carter
well, yes. Yeah, this all started because of a cheap shot.
She's like 250th on the list of best WNBA players. We're talking about someone who's way down on the totem pole. Why?
Why
and
what?
For what?
Why what?
Are you pulling maneuvers like this?
Oh, I mean, we see this in all sports. I'm not surprised that somebody would take a cheap shot at somebody. It always happens. People are jerks. That's not a surprise. Why is somebody a jerk? I don't know. Let's ask the rest of society.
Well,
people do this all the time.
And
why do they throw baseballs at batters? Like, I think that crap's stupid too. We don't ever ask though, why do you do it? They just do it. This should not be a surprise to any of us. The NBA players do this. Draymond Green does this all the time.
Okay, then here would be my response. And not only why aren't the teammates coming to her defense, why isn't the league stepping in and laying the damn hammer down?
I mean, because my guess would be that they do not want to appear as if they are showing any favoritism.
If that's showing any favoritism, it's when someone gets cheap shotted like that, you send a message. No, this is not what we want this sport to be. Now, if you want the sport to be like that, if you want WWE, okay.
So real quick,
that'll draw an audience too.
So
but if you don't want WWE, then you step in and you do something about it.
Like what?
Well,
because they gave her a flagrant after the fact.
Ooh.
No,
how about a fine? How about a suspension? How about
is that worthy of a suspension?
Of course it is.
Okay, I don't.
If you want to send a message, absolutely it is.
I mean, if somebody did that in the NBA or in college basketball and then they got suspended, I would think that that's fairly weak. I think that's fairly weak.
It's weak what Carter did.
John, I'm obviously not. I'm not disagreeing with you, but you think that if
that's weak.
If a Creighton player did that to somebody, you would think that person should be suspended. I think that a flagrant is fine. A suspension?
Yeah, but that's this idea of, it's a flagrant after the fact. Why wasn't it a flagrant in the moment?
Then, I mean, I'd probably go back to referees are idiots.
I mean, it was obvious. It was seen. It was seen.
Yeah.
They go to the freaking replay monitor for everything. And they didn't for this?
I don't know. I wasn't watching live.
So that's the issue. Now, I think the only reason it's being reacted to is because of the way it was reacted to in the moment.
I disagree. I think that there would have been a lot of reaction just because of the visual of it. Because again, she gets knocked on her ass.
I'm saying by the league. I'm saying the reaction by the league is only coming now because of the reaction that happened after the thing happened.
understandable.
I almost think the league officials don't know how to react to all the eyeballs that are on the game now. Because I was curious, I went back and looked at when Angel Reese got pulled down in a chokehold a few games ago. That player, Alyssa Thomas, got a flagrant 2 and was kicked out of the game, but no suspension. So I'm not sure what the metric is here for suspensions and what they see on the court, and then retroactively issuing things. But
yeah, what is retroactively making it a flagrant?
Well,
you're not getting free throws.
No, but if you pick up more of those, then you can get a suspension.
I understand that, but come on.
I mean, that's matter. Over the course of the season, it's going to matter.
That's a chicken crap move.
Again, I don't think she should be suspended. I'm with you. If you want to fine her. But suspending, I wouldn't. Because then I think that gets into way too much protecting of stars, and I don't want that to happen. I don't think that they should be able to,
I said fine or suspend.
No, I know, but I'm just saying I'm fine with a fine.
Here's Jesse on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Good afternoon, Jesse.
Hey, guys. I'm glad you're talking about it. I agree with basically everything you said. There are uncomfortable conversations that need to be had around the topic, but I know your afternoon show is not the place for those. They do exist. And they're related to the fact that, I've said this before, that league for years has begged and pleaded for a Tiger Woods and begged and pleaded for a Larry and a Magic. And now you have it, and it's just not the one that they wanted. That's what it boils down to. She's not the Tiger Woods they wanted. And a lot of it goes back to the WNBA and Players Association not having gotten together, because you said you don't want to protect stars. They've never had a star to protect, right? They don't know what to do in this situation. Long before she got there, Sabrina Ionescu should arguably be one of the most marketable female athletes in the United States. Only sports people and only niche WNBA people know who she is. She should be a household name, and she's not. And that's on the WNBA. And all of that is related to this. I don't know how to understand it. There's overexposure, there's jealousy, but they all got to get behind closed doors and say, guys, what are we doing? This is good for us. Okay, we don't have to coddle her. Come on. Are we serious right now? You guys are that jealous of this right now? This is going to fatten all of our wallets. Just run with it. And then market the other stars. Market Sabrina. Market Jackie Young on Vegas. So, oh my gosh, why doesn't everybody know about her? Right? That's where it's coming from. But don't attack the ones that are being marketed and like helping your sport. It's ridiculous. It's frustrating, especially as a girl dad. So that's all I got.
Jesse, appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly an element of that at play here as well. But this was unusual because literally we saw the rocket ship of women's college basketball ratings go up. We didn't see it with any of the other great athletes that have come.
Yeah, I mean,
this one was very unique and very different.
Yeah, I mean, I've been, cognizant of women's basketball for probably 25 years, and there have been some big names along those lines. Brittany Griner, Rebecca Lobo, Diana Taurasi, among others.
Right.
None of those captured the imagination of sports fans like Caitlin Clark. None of them. None of them came close to this. And, now she's at the next level. And the other odd thing, too, and I know we're past time, but they're playing all these games. Her season just ended 2 months ago, not even.
11 games already.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, go look at the WNBA standings. I was talking about this with Riss last night. They played so many more games than the team that has played the fewest. And so they're putting her in all these situations. It's been an odd start to the season. Odd start or just normal for them? Because again, we don't pay attention. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is odd. I mean, I think it's odd if one team has played 11 games and another has played 6. That seems weird.
I would agree, but I'm guessing this isn't the first.
Well,
time
they're trying to take advantage, right, of her and putting her in. I mean, they've been on national TV a lot so far. A lot.
It's 4-2 Florida in the 7th. Oklahoma State is running out of time.
All right, now I'm allowed to say it. 6 outs. They're down to 6 outs. I'm allowed to say it now.
They are down to 6 outs.
Okay.
16-20 the zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 the zone.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Man, I loved playing high school sports growing up. And it's fun being a fan now, don't get me wrong, but sitting in the stands feels like I'm missing out on all the action, you know? I wanted to get back in the game. So I signed up to be a high school official. It takes me back to my playing days. I'm supporting students and I get paid to make the big calls. Do you want to see the game up close? Sign up to become an official in Nebraska at highschoolofficials.com.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way. And it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Nothing.
No, I'm just.
I give you an answer and you say I don't believe it. All right, well, fine.
No, I don't. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what to believe anymore. I read stuff.
Wow,
I never know if
man.
So
All
it's
right,
fake.
so let's just talk about it on air. We have a few minutes. So we talked about we had the audio last week. Well, no, we had the video
Yeah,
too.
we had the video
of the poor man in Michigan who was on Zoom, was driving to a court hearing, and the judge said that you've been driving without a license. I'm boiling this down in a pretty terrible way, and
then immediately sentenced the guy to jail because they were trying to get an extension on the hearing.
Correct. And so his license had been WXYZ in Detroit. They looked into it, and his license had been reinstated, and so he went viral for something that he shouldn't have gone viral for, because he is able to drive. The suspension was lifted in January of 2022. It originally ties to a child support case. So I was just telling John off the air, did you see this? Did you hear about this? The whole thing was over essentially nothing, but you don't believe it.
Well, what I don't believe is why would
that's what it was.
Why would somebody react? Because the guy on the video reacted in such a way because it was like, I can't believe this is happening to me.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. He probably was thinking, but wait, I thought that I was fine. I thought that it got reinstated.
And I'm the only point I was making off the air was that would be the first words that came out of my mouth was, whoa. My license is perfectly legit. I've been driving on it for 2 years. I think you're reading something wrong off the screen, not reacting as if, oh crap, I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar.
So yeah.
But I guess, who knows?
No, John, we're all humans. Sometimes we react in that way, and other times we check a basketball player onto the floor for no reason. We're all different.
I'm not gonna defend the actions.
We're all different. I feel sorry for this man. I feel horrible for this man, Corey Harris. The video was hilarious.
It was hilarious.
And now I hope that everything's okay with him.
I don't feel sorry for him. You know why? Now he's going to become famous because of this.
He's probably going to
just like a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Are famous for strange memes and stuff.
Yeah.
He might be able to profit off of this.
He should go after some folks for this.
Well, not even from a legal standpoint. People will be able to make T-shirts and all that. He could profit off it.
Let's hope so.
His delivery of, oh my God.
It was so funny.
It was hilarious.
Sam says, as a girl dad, I don't think the judge should have made that error. I agree. I'm not a girl dad, but I agree with Sam. That was a callback to our call on the last segment.
I had no idea where that was coming from. I was like, what does that have to do with anything? I don't know.
Just a callback.
Oh, God.
What a wild and wacky day it's been, John. What a wild and wacky day.
Well, you know what was even wilder or wackier? So
the baseball?
Yesterday in the White Sox Brewers game.
The baseball.
The White Sox, surprisingly, losing in the 8th inning by a run. And on a shallow fly ball, Tommy Pham is tagging up from third and trying to score.
Yeah.
He's thrown out at the plate.
And the catcher was...
The catcher, William Contreras, gave him kind of an aggressive tag.
And he was in front of the plate a little bit.
Yeah, it was legal.
Yeah. But he's not on the plate. He's a little in front of the plate.
Right.
And he is really... You know, like when you want to get a dog to move and they just like lock in it. That's what he did essentially as a catcher.
Yeah. Well, here was the call by John Schriffen, the voice of the White Sox, on television.
Is that John Schriffen? Is that who this is?
We ain't taking that. We ain't taking that. Now, for those of you watching it on the stream, I'm going to show you a screenshot. Look at how wide Pham's angle to the plate is. Remember, he is tagging from third to try to come home and score.
Yeah.
He's almost 3 feet into the infield grass, taking an angle at home plate.
Yeah, that's not good. You want to
No.
You want a short amount of time.
Yes.
Shortest spot
And
between
Contreras
A and B.
is clearly in fair territory in front of the plate. So there's clearly an angle to get to the plate.
Yeah.
But Pham is the one that's in the wrong here, in my opinion. Who takes that kind of angle tagging from third?
Yeah, that was very odd.
Well, that wasn't the end of it, because did you hear Tommy Pham after the game?
Yes, I did. But for those who haven't,
here's what he had to say. At least he admits that part.
It wasn't. He's right. Good call. Ha! So a lot of stuff in there is hilarious. When he rips on his third base coach, that's
Right.
my favorite part of the whole clip.
Yeah,
The tough guy act at the end is funny, but when he's like, it's a short fly ball to left field. I mean, because I was watching that last night and I was like, oh wow, he's just gonna throw his third base coach under the bus,
And he
even
did.
though he ran like an idiot.
He did run like an idiot. Not that if he had run a more traditional straight
No.
line down the path, he would have been safe either. He was going to be out by a mile. but-
Real quick, our YouTube audience didn't have a chance to hear it because Andy says, "Can you tell us what
Yeah.
he said, please?"
I could throw it back. Do we want to play it
no,
again?
no, we don't
We're
have to
fine.
play it again. But basically, Tommy Pham was saying, I don't need any of that hoorah bleep.
Yeah.
And this is why I fight in the offseason.
Yes, he's basically saying, I'd love to whoop that guy's ass. Well, you should have done it on the field then. You should have done it when you had a chance.
You know
How
what?
many ills?
You know what? Let's bring the last two stories together.
Which story, this or the Caton Clark?
Both of them.
Oh, I didn't know if you meant the
No.
driver.
No, not the driver. The
Yeah.
other one.
Yeah.
Tommy Pham should play for the Indiana Fever.
Yeah.
Because he would stand up for Caitlin.
He'd be a great teammate. He definitely.
This is why I fight.
That's the kind of teammate that you want that will come to your. Now,
I don't need any of that hoorah bleep.
I'd worry that he would throw his coach under the bus like he did his third base coach. But yeah, someone on the field, someone on the court who's going to come to the player's defense.
Yeah.
What a tryhard. Also, speaking of tryhards, tough look for the White Sox. They used to have Jason Benetti. And this guy, every clip I hear of him, he gets worse.
Yeah, I know.
Because what was the first one that he got famous for recently? Come on, the umpire screwed up something.
Yeah. Well, no. The umpire actually ended up being right.
What was it? Oh, that's right. That's what it was. But I've heard him again, and then now this. Like, this guy won't get out of the news. By the way, they ripped on the White Sox on SportsCenter last night. It was funny because they're 15-45 now. They have lost a lot of games. I assume you've seen this and heard about this.
Of course.
Quite a losing streak.
It's the only thing now that sustains me.
There you go.
Because the Cubs are also closing in on the White Sox.
Yeah. So we'll talk
record.
about that with Farron tomorrow as they continue to chase the 62 Mets.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. It is 4-2 Florida, bottom of the eighth.
3 outs
Three
left.
outs.
We're allowed to count down now.
We're
Three
counting them.
outs.
Man, for the record, I said that earlier when Mitch was on. I wasn't counting down. I know people accuse me of counting down.
You were counting.
I was just stating a fact. There are 12 outs left. I'm not like, I don't have a banner over here with numbers on it. Just saying 12. But now there's 3. Now we're counting down. This could have been Nebraska.
Here we go.
This could have been
ninth week.
Nebraska.
Yeah, it could have been if they would have,
Won.
scored 18 runs.
Not giving up 17 runs.
Why didn't they think about that?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Coming up, now that the college sports season is done here locally,
Folks,
for the local teams, the local schools, how would we grade Nebraska's academic season, Creighton's academic season, and UNO's? Because remember,
wait, we're grading their academics?
no, we call it the academic
Okay.
season.
I was like,
23-24.
I don't know, John. Got to tell me how they did in science class. I'm looking forward to this segment mainly because kind of don't know what to expect from you, and I feel like you could talk me out of my grades.
Well, I'm not here to talk you out of anything.
Hmm.
They're your grades, Professor.
That's true. They are.
If someone wants to appeal, they can go to the academic senate.
Okay.
But they're out to lunch right now.
Of course,
too.
they're always on vacation. They have more vacation than Jim Rome.
Yeah, damn tenured professors. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio. This is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a stall still has the right lane blocked on the northbound JFK at I-80. Otherwise, delays on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 680 to about Q Street. We've got delays on Industrial Road for both directions at 144th. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays at 90th. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Nabil. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
You've probably heard about Omaha Transmission saving people money. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
Omaha Transmission, shifting to running smooth.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the NSAA, are the 78,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Nebraska. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible, because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. Water, wind, and hail can wreak havoc on the exterior of your home. If your home is damaged, let J. Stennett Contracting come out for a no-obligation inspection. If repairs are needed, they will help you through every step of the process. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Like eating out? Like saving money? Then get to Cops at 180th and Center, Shadow Lake Town Center, or 72nd and Jones for their daily specials. Tuesday is $3 off all burgers and sandwiches. Wednesday, buy any specialty pizza and get a one-topping 50% off. Then Thursday, all wings are $1 each when you order 10. And this just in, all Cops locations now offer their own delivery service. Click copspizza.com to see the menu. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on.
John, how about this comment to start off the happy hour with from listener Theo?
Oh, boy.
You've known Theo from such hits as weird references to Husker moms.
Yeah.
And Casey Thompson. But this is not related to either of those two things.
Okay.
Theo writes, Star Wars stinks as a franchise. First two were okay. Ewoks ruined it.
Cool.
Ewoks ruined it. First two were okay. Wow. Hot take. Hot take alert.
Appreciate it, Theo. Well, welcome to the Grum, everyone, on this happy hour Monday. It's Peter, who has been basically working all day here at the radio station. In for
Yeah,
Nick.
what the hell, Peter? Were you here this morning?
I was indeed.
You have to be so sleepy.
I'm all right.
All right.
I got a quick little nap at lunch and nap time.
Good.
That's good.
Feeling good.
That's good.
Always nice to get a nap.
That is good.
I mean, actually, I hate naps, but I'm happy that you got one in.
I'll never pass up a chance to hang out on the Grum.
Oh, man.
And
it's
congratulations, Florida.
Wow.
They have advanced to the Super Regional.
Wow.
Unbelievable. We're going to get another Ole Miss, aren't we? You know how Ole Miss was the last team in a couple years ago and then won the whole thing? Now, Florida technically wasn't the last team in, though. Some people thought they should have been the last team in because, they were only one game over 500. Well, look who won the pony.
Hokey Skur 19 writes, does Florida winning soften the blow of Nebraska's showing in the regional?
If
that's a you discussion that you have to have with yourself and God.
Sure.
It really does come down to how you feel.
Again, I think Nebraska was the third best team in Stillwater this week.
Yeah, definitely.
So I know they were seeded second and all, but the Big Ten kind of did what the Big Ten does in the postseason, and sadly, Nebraska's a member of the Big Ten in this stance.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for everything else, like the money. But, on the baseball side, not so much.
Yeah, I would agree.
So on go the Gators. Chomp, chomp. Into the Super Regionals, which means now we're down to LSU and North Carolina. Winner moves on. And UConn, Oklahoma.
Welcome to the Big East, Sooners. You'll be tweeting that out tonight if UConn gets a dub.
No.
Yes, you will.
No.
Oh, that's right. I guess you are calling the national championship of college baseball soon. You gotta put the bias aside.
I'm fine. I'm good.
Mike says, who should feel worse, Nebraska or Oklahoma State? Definitely Oklahoma State.
Well, sure.
All
You're
they
the
had to
number
do
one
is
seed,
go.
and they've been hosting the last 3 years and failed to make it out.
And they were in the winner's bracket. They just had to win one game in two tries, and they lost both of them, and it was at home. So,
yeah, and it's not like Florida had much time to Florida played 3 games in less than 24 hours. They had to play 3 games in less than 24 hours and won all 3 of them.
Not bad.
That's
bad.
how winning programs get it done.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Well, speaking of winning or losing, it is the end of the college academic calendar for Nebraska, Creighton, and yes, as the song goes, UNO.
Da-da-da.
So we thought we would look back at the academic year of 23-24, the sports calendar starting last fall and just ending now, and grade each of the athletic departments based on their seasons. And Josh has been consternating over
I
his
already hate
grades.
my grades. I want to change them
You hate
already.
them
I'm changing
already?
them right now. Literally, I'm changing them.
Wow. You're supposed to have conviction.
I know. Okay, cards on the table.
If you get 96 on a test, you get an A.
Cards on
right?
the table. I can't speak to every single sport at all of these schools. So,
Well, yeah, but you do a little bit of,
what am I doing with Nebraska rifle? How should I include
cursory
that?
research?
You know?
Now, here's how I looked at it.
Expectations matter for this, right?
Expectations absolutely do matter.
Okay.
Absolutely should matter in this case.
Okay.
How your marquee programs do. Because let's face it, there are some, the programs that kind of carry the weight for the rest of the athletic department. That's how it works in college athletics. So, for example, in Nebraska, of course, it's football. At Creighton, it's men's basketball. At UNO, it's hockey.
Yeah.
So those are like those would be the main, if you called them, money making programs.
So like, in college, and by the way, thank you to Adam. He just sent in the Creighton GPA was 3.2. So we have to include that, right? Because you said, how did the academics go?
You can if you'd like.
I'm not going to.
I wasn't going to consider that.
But like,
congratulations to those guys who passed their tests.
There you go. But
and to the academic people who do a great job behind the scenes.
I imagine we all had a class where, maybe attendance didn't matter. And it was just about like, how do you do on your tests? And maybe like a written paper and then some quizzes. It's like quizzes are 10%. The written stuff is 30%. And then 60% is going to be your midterm and your final. It's like, mother of God. That's kind of like what we're describing with the football program for Nebraska. Now, I would also say this, though. The expectation on the football program has changed to such a degree that like a 5-7 in 2023 is nowhere near as bad as the 5-6 was in 2004.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
Like that stuff matters as well.
Well, let's start. You know what? UNO always gets a short shrift. Let's start with UNO.
Da-na-na.
I gave UNO an A-.
An A-? I did. Why?
Well, the hockey team returned to the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Performed very admirably in the postseason.
Okay. They definitely did. Yep.
The softball team won the Summit League. Cameron Meyer had a record-setting season on the in the circle for the softball team. They took Missouri to the brink. They were this close to winning and going to the Super Regionals as a 4 seed.
Yeah.
They could have been the Evansville of the tournament.
Josh Hodson wouldn't shut up about it.
The baseball team was the top seed in the Summit League. Didn't win the Summit League, but they were the top seed. The Frankie Fiddler story was a fun story to watch. I know the basketball team didn't have a great season, but Frankie's season, it was a fun watch. He was a fun watch. The men's soccer team, they won the Summit League and went to the NCAA tournament. There were a lot of highs. Honestly, the one thing that I would classify as a low wasn't even on the field, but remember the report we got 10 months ago or so on the finances? That was the kind of the first red flag about Trev Alberts.
That's been 10 months. Good Lord.
Actually, it's been less than 10 months.
Yeah.
It's about the only drag, right? In terms of, we're talking about things that made news.
Sure.
Right? And that was more of a question mark on Trev Alberts. And certainly UNO has a lot to work through in terms of getting their finances back in order. But I thought especially when you look at expectations, I thought it was a good year for UNO.
Yeah. So what did you say?
A-.
A-. See, because I'm a little bit more.
You're going to go F? Is that what
No,
you're gonna do?
I'm in like the C+ B- range. Like, I get what you're saying about Fiddler, but in terms of team success, I think the expectations now with that program have reached the make the tournament, and because that's the thing that they're still waiting for, right? So they still haven't broke through. The hockey program certainly had a good year, but we have seen better years from them. I think you bring up a lot of good numbers though in terms of where they finished otherwise. I'll stick with my C+. I feel like that's so I'm a little more negative than you were.
Okay.
Little more negative.
That's fine.
Okay.
You can be the Josh Odson of movie reviews, and I'll be the Nick.
The Nick Grimm of movie reviews?
Where everything's great as long as you don't make me watch things about, Bible studies.
Bingo.
Where would you like to go next? Creighton or Nebraska?
Let's save Creighton for last. Let's do Nebraska.
Oh, you want to
because
Creighton?
So let me lay out some stuff for you that I really took into account. So, let's just get football out of the way, I guess. Football, 5-7, was 5-3, could have gone to their first bowl game in a while. They didn't, right? So it was another season where if it was pass, no pass, we would give them a no pass on the field. If it's a grading system for them, then we're going to have a certainly an interesting conversation. There is a lot of good vibes, though, with that program right now in terms of what is next. But, how many times have we said that about them, what they're doing off the field?
I didn't really consider, how it projects to the future.
Me
I'm
neither.
just looking at what was done.
Exactly. So they'd missed that. If you brought up what you did towards the end of the conversation, I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, the Trev story. I think bringing up the stadium stuff is very fair, where that kind of died on the vine. So that I think is kind of is fairly negative. Men's basketball, best season in a decade. Hard to say anything negative about that. Baseball just won a conference tournament title for the first time. They got the dogpile in Omaha, the first time that they'd ever done that. Volleyball, they have volleyball day, and they make it to the national championship. We talked about with Mitch. They also get the win over Wisconsin at home, which was one of the more memorable regular season wins that I can remember this program having. Women's basketball, they go all the way to the final. They upset Caitlin Clark in the regular season. They take Iowa to the brink in the conference tournament championship, so they almost had a chance to do that. Softball, obviously for one reason in particular, for a story that we were curious to follow all spring long. I mean, talk about something that was just over before it got started. Trying to think, is there any other sports? I mean, I know I didn't name every sport that they had. Is there any things that I missed that maybe you had written down?
Well, the women's soccer team had a nice run in the NCAA tournament.
They did.
You'll like this. The track team won the Big Ten.
Let's go, baby. Run.
Trev leaving.
Yeah, that is almost
maybe the most important story. I mean, just the overturn in the athletic department again.
Yes.
The biggest story of the year, given where everything was. I don't think you mentioned. Now, here's where can you say that volleyball did everything, passed all their pop quizzes, wrote a great term paper?
Horrible final.
But the final was bad.
Yeah, and that's a program that's won national championship.
Right.
So in a way, like pass, no pass, they passed. But if you're doing the grading system, yeah, I mean, that's a bummer of an end for such a memorable year now. Like whenever volleyball day comes up or the win over Wisconsin, it will always say, yeah, but remember how they got skunked by Texas? That was a bummer.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
They did. I mean, it was almost
over.
like they didn't show up.
Yeah, it was rough.
Certainly the collapse in November by the football team.
Yeah.
And I get it. There weren't super high expectations going into the season because it was the first year. But
when you start 5-3,
when you start 5-3 and you've got, and every game was winnable. Every game was winnable.
Yeah.
And they found ways. And
certainly the middle two games of that four-game
and
chunk.
certainly it felt very familiar.
It's not that they lost, John. It's how they lost. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
That's why I went with a C+.
So
there were some really, really, really good highs.
There were.
I mean, volleyball day, it's one of a kind. It can never be duplicated.
Yeah.
You mentioned the basketball team going to the tournament. I mean,
yeah, we didn't even mention.
Talk about exceeding expectations.
Yeah. They beat the number one team in Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin at the time was top 10-ish, top 15. The memorable win over Indiana in the Big Ten tournament on the Friday night. They had a halftime lead over Illinois the next day. I went with B-. So I wrote down B-, mainly because I thought that basketball so exceeded expectations. They got hardware in baseball. Volleyball way lifted them up. And women's basketball also had a really, really good year. But the end of volleyball, I mean, that's tough. And yeah, the last month of the football season brought it down. But I went B-. Because I think if you would have told me last August 15th, like these are the things that are going to happen, I would say, wow, that's exceeding my expectations.
Yeah. There were more highs overall than lows.
Yeah.
But the lows that happened were really a drag. Jordy Ball's injury.
Horrible.
After all the offseason hype.
Because it happens in what, game one?
The collapse,
first game?
The football team, looking strangely
horrible low.
And Trev and just more uncertainty in the athletic department. And again, we could do the same exercise a year from now. And if Troy Dannon has a good first full year on the job, then that instantly becomes a positive. But anytime you have this kind of uncertainty and it calls into question, hey, what exactly is going on over there? Is there disconnect again between administration and other layers of those are never going to get you a good grade. That's why I went with a C+.
Riley says, let's not forget that Nebraska gymnastics won the Big Ten regular season. So there's some more hardware.
And there's another. And again, there were some good highs. I think more highs in terms of just raw number of positives than negatives.
Yeah.
But
the negatives
were they pulled you back.
Yeah.
They not all the way to where it's a failure, obviously. That's why I went C+.
So I'm B-. So Creighton is left. Now I want to read this from Douglas, who, I mean, you want to talk about a program that lives rent-free in people's heads. Creighton has found its way into Douglas's head. Says, seriously, shine the microscope. Creighton had 3 returning starters to a team that went to the Elite Eight. Didn't make it this year. McAverage couldn't get it done. Call it like it is. Now, it's funny he says all that because I think that that's being too harsh. But I did write basketball took a step back because it did, technically. They made the Elite Eight. Then they made the Sweet 16. Men's soccer made the national championship. Did not make the national championship.
Didn't make the tournament.
Didn't make the tournament. Exactly. Baseball was, I mean, again, high highs, low lows. Incredible in a lot of these midweek games. They don't even get to make the Big East tournament, even though I thought that they were a solid
based
team.
on how kind of things were selected, if Creighton makes the Big East tournament, they might have been an at-large team.
Yeah, so think about that.
They might have been what St. John's or I'm sorry, what UConn was. I'm not saying they would have been, but it's possible.
Couple other things.
I definitely had that on there. I mean, failing to qualify for the Big East tournament is
it's a black mark on
for
them.
the second year in a row.
Yeah, women's hoops, another, a program I've obviously been very close to over the last few years. In a way, there's like this shadow of the season 2 years ago that just hangs over the program. They made the Elite Eight. The last 2 years, they didn't get even close to that. They made the second round this year before they bowed out. But they obviously had a great regular season. Yet again, women's soccer had to move on, and now they have a new coach coming in. So it's interesting. As I was thinking about expectations, I
should
thought
mention real quick.
Yeah.
Softball, nice, great second season.
Wait, oh my gosh, the improvement that program
that
had.
improvement, turning around almost 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Tennis had some of its best finishes ever in Big East play.
Yeah.
Volleyball again winning the Big East. Now, again, if you want to look on the low side of it, the fact that they hosted at home and couldn't get
still haven't broken through
right
in the postseason.
Though that was certainly on the other side. So you also you do look at expectation.
Yes,
and
that's why I went
somewhat similar to Nebraska volleyball. They passed everything else, but when it got to the final, it wasn't as good a final as it could have been.
That's why I went as I was trying to figure out what the grades were. I knew that I thought Creighton was the tick lower grade wise. So if Nebraska was a B-, Creighton was a C+. If Nebraska was a B, Creighton was a B-, just in terms of exceeding or reaching expectations. So I said B- for Nebraska, so I'll go with C+ for Creighton.
I went with a B for Creighton.
A B.
Because the other thing, Greg McDermott got extended.
Mm-hmm.
And got a building named after him today.
They are the epitome of, I'm talking about they as in the men's basketball team, now of being judged against success that they have had, where, okay, he calls him McAverage, which is stupid. But 4 years ago, that would have been the best season that they have had. Now they've done it 3 times in 4 years. They've made the Sweet 16 3 times in 4 years. This is something for especially the old heads who are around in the Missouri Valley era. They are still like, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe that this is what this program has become. And others will look at that and say, yeah, but they didn't get further than last year. They didn't even match what they did last year. And so that's the interesting dichotomy of being a sports fan.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference, and some might say, well, what's the difference between Nebraska's lows and Creighton's lows? Creighton's lows weren't as low as Nebraska's lows. Again, when you have turmoil in the athletic department that leads to a leadership change, that's a big deal. When your money sport collapses in the final month of the season, this is, again,
Creighton's money sport,
not looking ahead to next year.
Correct.
This is only grading on what happened in the season and the disappointment of Jordy Ball getting hurt.
Yeah.
It's not her fault, obviously, but it was a big disappointment.
Yeah, the lows for Creighton would be, men's basketball, just that final game, it, especially in the second half, it got away from them. Baseball, which we ran over a little bit ago. And I would say the lack of success in the postseason for the volleyball program. They get to host again and they don't. What did they go? They didn't even.
They won the first match. They lost the second.
Yeah, like that. That's like the one. Like you talk about things that we're waiting to get kind of unlocked with the Creighton athletic department. Men's basketball is broken through. Obviously, women's basketball did. Soccer has reached the highs that they have reached at various other points. They have one step left, and that would be winning a national championship. Volleyball is that is that one sport that has had because baseball's broken through. Volleyball.
Now, volleyball has been to the Sweet 16, but it's been a few years, and they've been in an advantageous spot a couple of times in the last, 3-4 years.
And so just kind of taking that next step as a program, because it's obvious how good they are during the regular season. They've had so much success
in the country in the regular season.
Yeah. So that's the one thing in the athletic department that I'm looking for in terms of like what can happen to maybe change the grades. Obviously, we know what it would be for Nebraska football breaking through, but I think volleyball finally being able to do that. You're right. They've made the Sweet 16, but getting a little bit further, or certainly getting back there. I think that would be the thing.
Still to come, we have some content. We haven't even mentioned one of the big stories in the NFL today, and we saw something we don't see very often in the NCAA tournament. And we've got the video to prove it on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
I received a text that I had to look into during the break. Did you hear about the pandas coming back to America? China made America give all the zoo pandas back. Now China's giving some back, and we're just accepting them. Like China doesn't have cameras.
Like they are bugged. Pandas are bugged.
Do you think the pandas that China is giving us back are bugged? Do you think they're listening to us with the pandas?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, warm, and humid this evening with the temperatures in the 80s. Partly cloudy to mostly clear later tonight. We'll see a low drop back near 67 degrees. Still warm and humid on Tuesday. A 50% chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a stall still has the right lane blocked on the northbound JFK at I-80. Otherwise, delays on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 680 to about Q Street. We've got delays on Industrial Road for both directions at 144th. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays at 90th. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
So you need a plumber, do you? You should call the most referred plumber in town, Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
For generations, hardworking people have relied on Ford F-Series trucks to help grow businesses, communities, families. A legacy of capability and technology that has made Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. This is the next generation of Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You know that dollar bill you've got stuffed in your wallet, purse, or pocket? Give it a little respect, because it could win you millions. Lotto America from the Nebraska Lottery is here, and it only costs $1 to play. It has a $2 million starting jackpot with drawings every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. What's more, you can add the All-Star bonus for an additional $1 to multiply any prize won. So unwrinkle that dollar bill in your glove box and play today. Lotto America top prize odds 1 in 26 million.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America, N.A.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
They're punching for balls.
The 1620, The Zone.
Correction. Was just a little mixed up when we were discussing Creighton volleyball. And they did make the Sweet 16 last year. For some reason, my brain had that.
Yeah, and I was more thinking about it from the standpoint of, hosting and being.
Yes, because my brain was on the loss that they had at home in 22 to Auburn. And so I was totally mixing that up.
Yeah.
But because they lost to Louisville last year in the Sweet 16. So my bad on that one.
Yeah.
Total my bad on that one.
But yeah, we did mention kind of in passing, but the Championship Center is being renamed the McDermott Center. So now you have a coach, sitting head coach, who now has a building named after him. Now, technically, it's for the family. The main donors to the original project, Ruth and Bill Scott, made the request that the building be named after Coach Mack. And the university acquiesced to the request.
Yeah.
And Mack, I'm sure, pressed to just say, just don't call it the Greg McDermott Center. Call it the McDermott Center.
Yeah.
Because of the family.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was done today. So now Mack has an office in the McDermott Center. I just want the statue to be built so that the pigeons have a place to perch.
Boom roasted.
That's all I want. But it's all seriousness. It's a very cool honor.
Yeah.
To have that. And it does make you wonder if it's
even though he's McAverage.
According to Doug.
Some are saying.
According to Doug on the YouTube chat. Will there be something named eventually for Dana Altman?
At Creighton?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would feel like, well, I'm on one of two minds on this. I was going to say you'd feel like if it would have happened, it would have happened by now. But he's also still coaching. So is Greg.
Right.
But he's still coaching elsewhere. It did take until, for a variety of reasons, it took until Frank Solich retired for them to bring him back at Nebraska to celebrate him.
Well,
but again, for a variety of reasons.
Very different. Dana didn't leave on bad terms.
Yeah.
Or under dubious terms, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
For lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But that is cool.
I always view him, and I know that they had success before Altman, but certainly the way that I thought began the process of them becoming what they are as a program. I don't think that Greg McDermott and Creighton have the success without Dana Altman laying the tracks. Certainly they're not going to get to a new arena, all of that stuff. So it's a good point. I think it's a very fair point.
This is totally semantic, but because forever, anytime, we're talking about, hey, yeah, we're all meeting at the Championship Center. We're doing this. I wonder if Mac will still call it the Championship Center.
Oh, he is not going to call it the McDermott Center.
No chance.
Because he's not the type of person that lives for these ego trips.
Well, yeah. Plus,
it'll be kind of fun to watch him squirm just a little bit.
Well, I know you'll egg him
go
on.
to the McDermott Center. Oh, go to the McDermott Center.
Well,
I can't get a free soda here at the McDermott Center, huh?
You know how it is. Like some fans will call whatever the arena is, whatever the old name. So yeah, there's no way in hell that he'll call it that.
No.
And so I look forward to you having fun with him on the broadcast.
I'll have plenty of fun with him.
I think it'd be hilarious if they kind of pranked him a little bit and then changed out his fob the first day they rename it. He can't get into the building.
That would be fun.
I think I would get a kick out of that.
Sam says, name a campus Wendy's after Dana. Is he a big Wendy's guy?
Dana would famously give the guys $5 for the pregame meal, and they would just go to Wendy's or Arby's or whatever.
You can get fast food back then for
$5.
Yeah. Those are the old days.
Now it'd be $8 doesn't even get you there.
Yeah, enjoy your fries for $5.
Yeah.
It's not like he wants him to eat fries on a game day.
That's all you get. He's gonna have enough for fries. By the way, it's 2-0 North Carolina over LSU in the first. Winner take all. This is AC. This right now, well, let's see. Florida got in. So that's now 5 SEC teams.
In the Supers?
And If North Carolina wins this, then they would get ACC would get 5.
So if they win, it'd be 10 from those two conferences, and then 6.
Well, it's still going to be 10. It's still going to be.
Yeah, it's just going to be 6 and 4 or 5 and 5.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we still have Oklahoma. Of course, that's going to be Big 12 versus Big East. So
for now.
Well, that's true. Next year there'll be SEC.
And you know the SEC will count that.
Oh, if Oklahoma makes it to Omaha and I hear SEC chants, I'm going to be triggered.
Well, get ready.
I'm going to be triggered.
Yeah, if they make it.
You don't get to claim them, just like the Big Ten does not get to claim Oregon.
They will. Watch. BTN will finally do pregame show from the
Chuck. They didn't even do pregame shows when Michigan made the finals.
It's going to happen.
They sent a camera person.
They're going to show that they finally care.
Yeah, whatever. Well, coming up in content. Let's see. Oh, yes. The big news in the NFL today. It has Mike Schaefer very happy.
Yes.
We also have pretty pictures of Northwestern's new football stadium. I mean, the one they're going to be playing.
So go to our YouTube page to watch.
And we get to have the Saban versus Urban debate again.
No.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna make it uncomfortable.
Okay, good. Well, good.
We all know that Urban's the best. 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Funplex asked an AI assistant where you find ultimate summer fun. And,
Funplex, Nebraska's largest water park and rides, now with the brand new spinning, tilting Wipeout. Tasty treats, special events, private cabanas, and more. Probability of unforgettable fun, 100%. Funplex is the best choice for an all-in-one day of summer excitement.
So, see you at Funplex then?
I am a language model.
Yeah, fair enough. Get your human tickets at fun-plex.com. Let's go!
In school sports, it's easy to see the wins, the moments that make headlines. But there's so much work that goes unseen for any of it to happen. My name is Phil Risen, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Throughout the country, athletic administrators dedicate countless hours to making life-changing opportunities possible for student athletes through sports. Their sacrifice is fueled by the belief that every student can grow and deserves their time to shine. On behalf of the NHTSA, we want to thank every athletic administrator for your tireless dedication to providing 7.8 million students across the country a path to a better future.
This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Man, I loved playing high school sports growing up. And it's fun being a fan now, don't get me wrong, but sitting in the stands feels like I'm missing out on all the action, you know? I wanted to get back in the game. So I signed up to be a high school official. It takes me back to my playing days. I'm supporting students and I get paid to make the big calls. Do you want to see the game up close? Sign up to become an official in Nebraska at highschoolofficials.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, We take banking personally. Member FDIC.
I'm Ryan Osted. Golf is great because it can be whatever you want it to be. If you want to go out and have a competitive 18 holes, you can make it that. If you want to go out and have a scramble and just have the time of your life, if you want to have a charity golf tournament to raise money for some great cause, you can make it that. It is flexible to be whatever you need it to be at that particular moment in your life. And I've needed golf to be different things at different points in my life. And I'm certainly thankful that I was able to learn the game as a kid and continue to play it now as an adult.
Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay. Today, it's Peter in for Nick. And he's been here a long time, so if he messes anything up, it's only because he had to work early today, too. So
That's true.
Pulling a double.
That's the excuse I'm going to fall back on.
Now, Florida played 3 baseball games in less than 24 hours. So, I mean, it's not a great excuse, but we'll let him have it if he makes a mistake.
Let's get it rolling. J.J. McCarthy has his catching mate, even though he has never thrown a pass to him in a game in his life. The Vikings made Justin Jefferson today the highest paid non-QB in the NFL with a 4-year deal worth $110 million guaranteed. Is this too much for the wide receiver position?
It's a lot of money, but Justin Jefferson has the most yards in his first 4 seasons. And our friend Aaron Schatz tweeted this out earlier today. His analytics numbers put him third best among all wide receivers in the last 40-plus years through 4 years. Only Michael Thomas and Randy Moss had a better 4-year start than Justin Jefferson. Not even Jerry Rice isn't even close. Huge gap, in fact, Aaron says. Now, of course, Rice really kicked it into another gear during the middle part of his career. But as far as best 4-year starts, would seem to justify the big number.
And like Randy Moss, this is on him being as good as he is, whereas Michael Thomas doing that, I think, is a lot based on the system that he was in. So, yeah, of course.
Oh, Michael Thomas, he's a product of the system.
Yeah.
He's a system
Of course,
guy.
it's not too much to pay a receiver. This guy's awesome. The sad part is that he got it done before CeeDee Lamb, because now CeeDee Lamb is going to want this exact number, and he's going to get it. Very sad. I was hoping the CeeDee Lamb would go first. Maybe get $5 million a year cheaper or something like that. That's a bummer.
Doesn't matter anyway.
It's all money is a construct. It's all
Money
fake.
is a
In
construct.
2 years, it'll be a cheap deal. It'll be a cheap deal in 2 years.
Trickery. Clemson pulled off the hidden ball trick on Coastal Carolina in their regional this past weekend.
So this is...
Sign up right now to get him in.
We just had a hidden ball trick, and Miho's just got tagged out at third base. Are you kidding me? Did that really just happen?
Never seen it live.
Well, here's another look at that hidden ball trick. Eric Bakich allows his guys to make a decision on that if they want to pull it off. And this is, Wright's walking right back there. He's got it nice in the glove, looking casual. And a second that Miho steps off the bag, boom, Now, they've tried it before. I mean, it's not the first time.
Out. I love it.
What do we think about this?
Yeah, it's funny because rewatching it, if you're paying attention, which the runner obviously wasn't, you would see he slapped gloves.
Well, but
and it happened so fast, right?
But the way they did it, it did kind of make it look like, especially if your back is turned in just the right angle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not only incumbent on the base runner, it's also incumbent on the third base coach, and you don't expect it.
I know. Well, I thought the most impressive part, and they talked about it in one of the replays, how nonchalant the third baseman looked. He was not peeking over. His eyes were forward.
Mm-hmm.
So he was obviously using his peripheral vision. And then once he went off, did you notice he takes the ball out? So then the umpire sees it, and then he goes and makes the tag. Yep. Incredible execution. That's the stuff that, I remember seeing it in movies as a kid. And then you saw the announcer. I've never seen it live. That was pretty cool, too.
I've seen one hidden ball trick live. It was pulled off by Vicente Cafaro of Creighton Baseball against Southern Illinois. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
And he was so jacked.
Oh, I bet.
When he pulled it off, it was genius.
The Stanley Cup final is set, and it will start on Saturday? What in the NBA is going on with this schedule? Oh, and also, who's going to win this thing, Edmonton or Florida?
Yeah, it's a tough look, John, that these sports have all this time off and they're not entertaining us throughout this week.
Especially these winter sports playing in deep into the deep middle of the summer.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Edmonton, so I'll probably not get my wish. I always root for Canada. I actually met someone in Oregon for my race who is a fan of the Oilers, so I'll be thinking about Daniel. Go Edmonton.
You met someone of your race?
Met someone. I hate you, John. But he's an Oilers fan, and I'm rooting for him and his Oilers, but I bet Florida will win it just because that's what usually happens.
I just want to see a Canadian team win for once just to see how the rest of the country reacts. Will they all be happy for Edmonton, or will there be that WNBA style petty jealousy that exists?
Will Vancouver riot like last time when they actually lost?
Good question.
These are the things.
And with Edmonton rioting, that means oil rigs get set on fire.
That's so far up there.
That's not
what time
good.
does the sun set in Edmonton?
No idea.
Because it's so late up there, right? 9:56 p.m. That's when it just starts its downturn. They'll probably have sunlight until 10:45.
Good for them.
Good for them indeed.
Giants tight end Darren Waller is expected to retire this week. How will you remember his career?
Is this a trick question?
No, how do you remember his career? It's a normal question. I thought that was a good question, Peter.
Yeah, it's a great question.
A guy who was really good for 2 years and became this fantasy guy that everyone was obsessed over, and then he kind of sucked.
Well, as someone who doesn't play fantasy, and let's face it, it's not like the Giants have been that good.
Well, he played for
recently.
the Raiders before that, though, John. He was good with the Raiders. And the COVID year, he had almost 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns. Sorry, I thought that you were an NFL guy. I thought you know who Darren Waller is. He's a tight end, John.
You know how many people have retired that we haven't dedicated this kind of time?
It was on the ESPN sidebar. Obviously, Peter noticed that. That's why he put it in content.
So too was Novak Djokovic winning the.
Yeah, he's the best tennis player in the world right now. That makes sense to me. Just like Darren Waller retiring also makes sense to me.
Well, how do you feel? Obviously, this has impacted you deeply.
I'll remember him as a guy who was really good, and then he never lived up to the hype after that. The last 3 years. That's my take.
And is going out sad with a divorce music video.
Oh, yeah. See, that's sad, John.
It's not great. And what is not a screenshot from a video game that is coming out soon? What do you think of the conceptual diagram of Northwestern's new temporary stadium?
I still find it very interesting that the majority of the seats are in the end zones, which is very non-traditional, but it also makes sense because
they're not landlocked, but they're waterlocked.
They're waterlocked. The way that the stadium is set up, they had to do that. I still think that this is incredibly cool and incredibly unique, and I am legitimately excited to watch some of their football games. It makes me so sad that they do not play, that Nebraska will not play there over the next 2 seasons while they're playing there. It's awesome.
I think that because they use this for their soccer and I believe their
lacrosse.
They need to go full Division III, and we need to still see the soccer and the lacrosse lines on the field. We can't allow them. If I'm Tony Petitti, I'm like, you can play at your little soccer facility, but you got to keep the soccer lines out there. If you're going to treat this like a high school sport, then you're gonna play it on a field that's got all these different lines. Make it look like a Nebraska State tournament game being played at the Devaney Center on that volleyball court with all the weird lines.
Yeah.
All right. Both Nick Saban and Urban Meyer were named to the 2025 College Football Hall of Fame ballot. Will they both get in at the same time?
They probably will, but I mean, Saban deserves to go in first, obviously. He's the greatest coach of all time.
How big's the voting body again?
Big.
Because, like, is there a chance that Urban Meyer's controversies hurt him, is essentially what I'm asking. Because my guess is both guys make it at the same time, right?
I mean, there's been a lot of guys get in with controversies, and Urban's controversies.
So, yeah, both guys make it then.
I mean, they'll both be in. I just wonder if they'll both go in the same time or if you space it out a little bit.
But what's the argument outside of, off the field stuff for Urban Meyer? He won a national championship at 2 separate schools. He had success at Bowling Green. He had success at Utah. Short career, certainly, nowhere near as long as...
Not as long as Saban, but still a really good...
Yo, incredible. Yeah, I would be surprised if both guys didn't make it next year.
Here is a tweet from baseball writer Bob Nightingale. The Milwaukee Brewers, who traded away their Cy Young winner and are without their number 2 starter and all-star closer, now have a 7-game lead in the NL Central, equaling the largest lead in baseball. John, how does this make you feel?
Very sad. Very sad. I mean, for the folks in Milwaukee, it's delicious revenge for the Cubs signing away Craig Counsell, the highest paid contract in managerial history. I mean, kudos to you, Milwaukee. You're the new Cardinals. We can't kill you. No matter how many good people we take from you, we can't kill you. Meanwhile, the Cubs offense is complete garbage. And even when the offense is good, the bullpen sucks. The only thing good that we have are starting pitchers. How can we have such a great starting rotation, but everything else is garbage? It's garbage.
You got a cool stadium, though. You're not the White Sox.
But the team sucks.
At least you're not the White Sox.
Except for the starting pitcher.
At least you're not the White Sox. Your announcer's better than their announcer.
A dead guy could do a better job announcing than John Schriffen has
done.
Wow. All right. TV news. House of the Dragon has famously had an even longer layoff than NBA and NHL between their conference finals and, well, the finals. John, you have continuously pointed out that you have forgotten what happened during season 1 of the show. Well, good news. There's a Ringer cheat sheet. Are you going to use this to study up? We have less than 2 weeks till season 2.
Well, as I've stated before, I'm not going to be watching this until after the College World Series is done.
You can still study up, though. Not a bad idea.
Well, but I was just thinking...
Here are the people who died. Here are the people who lived.
I might just rewatch the first season and then roll right into the new season.
Not a bad idea.
But then that means I'll have to avoid spoilers because I'll be way behind.
You will not be way behind.
Well, yeah, I will. By the time the World Series is done, a couple of episodes will have aired. Then I got to watch the first season, and that'll take me a couple of weeks.
So we're just not going to talk about it on the show ever again?
Blame the College World Series.
What about,
or blame HBO for putting it on. Why couldn't they have waited until July?
What about when you're taking a break? You won't just do prep sun up till sundown next week. You'll probably take a break for an hour. Can you take a break for an hour?
Squeezing in an episode.
You used to prep and do this show. That's so many hours that you're not doing the show. You could bang out season 1 like that, lickety split.
Prepping for this show and prepping for the College World Series are two entirely different things.
What I'm saying is you used to prep and still do the show. The vacation is a recent phenomenon.
And that was stupid.
Exactly. So I'm saying you got bonus time.
That was very, no, I
your
don't
bonus,
have bonus
it's
time.
like the Lord reached down and said, John, here are bonus hours in your day. Oh, thank you, God.
No, there are not bonus
or
hours
Jod,
in the day.
as some call him. Thank you very much.
As someone who famously does not work during the College World Series, I find it very humorous that you are giving me advice on how to prepare for the College World Series, an event that I actually work at.
Interesting.
Whereas you just You show up.
I talk
say,
on the
"Hey,
air.
let's talk about football. And then I'm going to leave and not come back. And I'm going to go golf while everyone else is working hard at my radio station.
I don't think that any of that was correct, except for the football part. I think that you did get that part right.
We'll close it out on this. Friends, I bring good tidings and great news. It's satellite camp time. But don't worry, this question isn't about that. As Sean Callahan pointed out on HuskerOnline.com, Steve Sipple also forgot his suitcase in Lincoln and didn't realize it until he got to Omaha to leave yesterday. So we had to make a special stop at Target for Sip to buy a new wardrobe. Isn't he the best?
Incredible human being. I would say that we should all look up to him, but we should not. One of my big fears in life is forgetting something that I need for a trip and having to go to the store.
How about forgetting everything?
Yes, that would be worse than forgetting a toothbrush or my deodorant. Because I'll go to the store and get one of those things.
Unbelievable, Sip. That is so Steve Sipple.
Not great.
They should have gone to a Walmart instead of a Target.
Why?
Well, I mean, because they're usually,
I guess Target seems a bit above Sip.
Yeah.
Not below him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's true. That's a good point.
All right. When we come back, what's for dinner? And another goofy soda pop flavor.
No, that Nick probably will want to try when he's back.
I guarantee you not many people will want to try it willingly.
I'm intrigued.
On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Our experienced agents blend local expertise with cutting-edge technology to provide top-notch personalized service to all clients. Don't settle for less when you can save big without compromising. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today. Modern Real Estate, redefining the way you do real estate.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
I love playing sports, especially for my school. And that's because school sports are special. It's where it's safe to fail. It's where we're taught resilience, where our fear becomes confidence. It's where we learn to get back up after every fall. School sports are where 7.8 million students go from I can't to I can.
This message presented by the NSAA and the Nebraska State Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
The boys of summer are back. Kansas City Royals baseball can be heard all season long on your home for Royals baseball in Omaha, 1620 The Zone and 1180 The Zone. Royals baseball is presented by J. Stinnett Contracting. We have you covered.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. Ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Absolutely cold cock.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday we had ribs. And while the family enjoyed them, I was disappointed.
How come?
I still have not mastered the art of making the perfect rib. Not perfect, but I mean, a rib that's not overdone.
So they were falling off the bone, and that's bad, right? People don't like them to be falling off the bone?
Well, some people do, actually,
okay.
but I would have preferred them not falling off as much off the bone. They were good. I mean, they're edible.
You finished full, like you ate them and you were full.
Oh, sure, yeah. It was good. I just would have preferred a better texture.
What's tonight?
There was a delicious roast in the crock pot.
Gross. That's such a bummer. What a waste of a Monday meal.
How can you say gross? It's good.
It's overcooked beef.
It is not overcooked
Peter,
beef.
how do you feel about roast?
I like roast.
Oh, see, you heard his voice go up 3 octaves. But he knows it's not very good.
I
can't
everything
say
has to be medium rare.
I can't say the last time I had it. I honestly don't know.
It's delicious.
That tells you a lot about a person. I always love when someone's like, I love doing thing X. And then I'm like, oh, when's the last time you done? It's like, about 40 years ago. Okay, so you obviously don't like it that much. Chicken Caesar salad wraps. Yum, yum, yum.
Wow. Ugh,
see,
God,
you're
gross.
faking this, though.
Ugh.
You like chicken Caesar salad, so you can't even pretend to not like the
How do
idea
you know
of a wrap.
I like chicken Caesar salad.
Because I know your tone, and that tone was someone who wanted to dislike my food choice, but didn't.
No, I dislike it on principle.
See, bingo.
On the principle that you're eating it and you have bad food takes.
What about you, Peter?
I finished off my enchilada for lunch, so it's either going to be something lazy like a frozen pizza or maybe stir fry.
Maybe stir fry. Wow, that's like two opposite ends of the spectrum.
You got to do a little work on that.
We're kind of we're touching all the bases.
I think I'd just do a Jack's. I just throw a Jack's in the oven.
And that's the ones I have is Jack's, and that's the best frozen pizza.
It is.
It's really good.
In fact, I had one on Saturday.
You had a Jack's?
Yeah.
Nice.
Delicious. The wife was like, what? Because, Sam wanted to go to the races at Eagles. And why don't you just eat at the track? Nah, I don't want track food.
You wanted frozen pizza.
I wanted a Jack's pizza.
I love pizza. Sad Husker fan says another bad food take from gravy hater Josh. Sorry that I don't want your overcooked meat.
You're obsessed with the overcooked thing.
It's just so like.
Do you realize if
it tastes overcooked?
If you ate the roast medium rare, it would be so chewy
and good.
No, it would not.
Try it. Reach out to your wife and say, can you pull it out right now while it's still medium rare?
That kind of cut of meat needs to be tenderized. It needs to be cooked the way it is so that it's easier to digest.
Maybe it says that's a bad cut of meat then.
Well, they can't all be filet mignon. Bye! Wow.